Pending or potential litigation, the session is expected to conclude at 7 p.m. No action is expected. We are extending executive session until 7:10. Kenmore City Council is back in session. We are adjourning the special meeting. We're calling the regular meeting to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kugler.
Present.
Councilmember Baker.
Here.
Councilmember File.
Present.
Mayor Herbig.
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Here.
Looks like we're all present.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the flag salute. Would you please all join me in the flag salute? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Next on the agenda is agenda approval. Unless there's any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Seeing no objections, the agenda stands approved as published. Next up, we have a very exciting presentation. We get to honor some really special young people who are doing some really exciting things for Kenmore. So many people may not know this, but our women's under 17 4+ team at Inglemoor won their regional championship and is going on to nationals. So we have team members in attendance, Ariana Sutter, Aaliyah Sloan, and Sienna Anderson, as well as coaches Doug Van Gelder and Alex Wheatbrook. And then there are members that weren't able to attend, Sophia DeBlasi and Nev Gillot. Do you guys want to come up and just wait, why don't you come on up, join us up at the table really quickly. I'm gonna read some things and then we will, and then we'll just. So these fine folks are the first Inglemoor and North Shore School District boat to win a regionals race. They qualified for the 2022 Youth National Championships in Sarasota, Florida. That's really exciting. Only public high school program in the nation to qualify for nationals. That is huge. That is really, I don't think we would have dreamed about that happening this quickly when we were working with the district on this. These rowers have never rowed before last school year and had only just joined in the spring. Achievement, it was a full North Shore School District team effort. Their other Inglemoor teammates helped them train when their season was over. The North Creek and Bothell High School teams offered to help. The parents and boosters stepped up to support them. The school district staff and former superintendent really supported their team. The Kenmore Public Boathouse is home to the team and has allowed them to vault from novice rowers to championship contenders in the space of a single season. The city of Kenmore is really proud to support public programs taking on at the Boathouse, and we will look forward to seeing our community continue to emerge on the national stage. Congratulations. And now I'd like to invite all of you to join the council over by the flags for a picture. Would anybody on council like to say a few words? Councilmember Baker?
Yeah, Dr. Reed, before she left, had promised me a couple, 3 years ago, a national championship. Looks like you guys got a really good chance to deliver. You guys are amazing. To come from nothing in 3 years. You guys are unbelievable. You have really set the mark high for girls in this community. You guys are awesome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. We're really excited to have you and best of luck. We'll all be with you in spirit.
Go Vikes.
All right. Next on the agenda is public comment. Oh, sorry. Did you want to? Public comment. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We will hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you're online, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the city council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Madam Clerk.
We will call the following in-person commenters in this order: Joe Levin, John Peoples, Dan Troyan, and Bobby Wright. Mr. Levin?
Thank you, Council. Joe Levine. I represent Kenmore Village, North Point Highlands Apartments. In Kenmore here, we own and manage approximately 150 units in Kenmore of affordable and market rate housing for the past 18 years. Actually be more fun to talk about the national championships, but I am here to talk about the comment on the just cause ordinance being proposed and to give my comments as a housing provider. In reviewing the proposed ordinance on just cause in general, I think there's a lot of loopholes. I understand the intent of just cause, and I think some of it is reasonable, but there's also the other side of it, which is it opens up a lot of loopholes that I think aren't necessarily reflected in the language. And I think it warrants a lot more consideration. I know this got put into place in Seattle. I know Seattle's having some real issues with it because of the loopholes. I believe there's proposed litigation. I can't speak specifically on it, but I've heard from a number of housing providers that there are some real issues with it. And I'd like to comment about it because as a housing provider for the past 18 years, we've had hundreds of residents go through our properties here in Kenmore. And I will tell you, I have had no evictions in 18 years in my career. We've come very close. We've gone to court a couple times, but the landlords don't evict, the court evicts. It's a very expensive, lengthy process for housing providers, for landlords. We don't want to do it. We want to find solutions, but there are cases where it's necessary. And so while the intent may be to provide just cause and not to allow termination unnecessarily for tenants, there's some language, and I'm going to point to specifics that I think should be considered and modified. 8.55.075 under the subsection A, it says a landlord shall not evict or attempt to evict any tenant, refuse to continue or renew a tenancy, etc. I won't read the whole paragraph. That first part, shall not evict or attempt to evict any tenant. That takes away a landlord's legal right to due process to make an eviction claim in the court. The landlords don't decide the eviction, the court does. But to prevent a landlord from attempting to evict any tenant, except for the exceptions, can go against the ordinance. And I think that should be stricken from there.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Your time is up. Can you state your city of residence for our record?
Kenmore, Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Peoples.
John Peoples, Kenmore. I too wish I could talk about the national championships and the brave young ladies going down to Florida, but they are they and you are you. And I'm here to let you know that it was suggested to me this past week that you have ignored any and all direct requests for comment on the Kenmore vandalism. If that is the case, and I dearly hope it isn't, then shame on those among you who have not lifted a finger in sympathy for our neighbors, your neighbors, who work so hard to love and care for mothers and their babies. The people of Kenmore continue to await a resolution from the City Council condemning the violence against CareNet. We are waiting. I dearly hope you conjure up the courage to do so. Surely your hearts cannot be that cold, hard, and small. And I further hope that someday you come to recognize the pain you have caused by your silence. It's been said that silence is violence. Your silence on the matter comes across as approval of the vandals. Shame on you. In other matters, I again ask that you delete the link to your beloved racist propaganda called the white supremacy pyramid. The racist excuse making we got was that this racist propaganda was part of research done by an intern. What a weak excuse. And no, it does not exist as a resource to educate, inform, and to help ensure that the past is not repeated. In fact, the people who created it are not teachers. They are not healers. Their intent was to demean, divide, dehumanize people solely on account of their skin color. Their intent was to practice two rights make a wrong. Just like in grade school, you've been fooled and are dupes for giving them an outlet for their vile content. And you are hard-hearted for not responding to an honest request and for not taking action to remove it. And lastly, I'd like to put in a good word for the small mom and pop landlords. I'm not quite convinced that you realize the hardships that you are putting them under and what risk they take to provide housing. And I'm convinced that you may be doing more harm than good. And the big players are looking forward to you getting rid of their competition. Good night.
Dan Troyan.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time. I'm here to speak to you about the tenant issues and specifically the ban on abusive, deceptive, and unfair practices.
Could we get your name and city of residence for the record, please?
Sorry, it's Dan Troyan with Kenmore. Just when these abusive, deceptive, unfair practices aren't very specifically defined, it can be very much open to interpretation, and essentially anything can then be brought from the tenant to the landlord and fall under this vague wording. So I would caution you, if there's a vote on that specifically today, that be reviewed further. The other is the just cause evictions. A signed agreement between two parties that has a specific ending is when it ends. And this idea that as a small landlord who owns one property, someone moves in there and I can never ask them to leave for, essentially unless they're cooking meth for 2 years straight. This is a very scary thing, and it's a serious cause for concern. My current ownership is in Kirkland for my rental property. I live here in Kenmore, and with this being passed, I will sell. I will not rent it out as I was planning to do. So that is one less fair market space that will not be available for rent. I feel like similar to what John said, a lot of these ideas have good intentions, and they go too far. Their feel-good laws, a lot of these big tenant right groups want to have something they can discuss at their Christmas party, sorry, their holiday party, they would never say Christmas, and talk about how many cities they got to change, this and that. When in fact, when we look at the data from Seattle, it has gone terribly. And I don't want that to happen here and along the whole east side, Kirkland, Redmond, and all these other cities that are trying to do away with the rights of landlords. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Bobby Wright.
Bobby Wright, Kenmore. Thank you for having me this evening. I was debating on how to present this to talk about the just cause ordinances. Leases are designed to end. They are a contract that is designed to have an end date, even as a month-to-month. It ends on a month-to-month basis, and both parties choose to move forward with that. Right now, with the 14 just cause reasons that the state gives us, without the loophole, it's virtually impossible now to end the lease. So if you have a tenant who smokes cigarettes and it blows in the window next to your neighbors, if you have a tenant who doesn't take their garbage to the garbage regularly and it leaves it in the hallways and it's a nuisance, the current state law does not allow you to remove that tenant, even though now it's a nuisance to your neighbors and other tenants in the building. If the loophole is taken away, the only way that you can now get rid of a tenant is by putting an eviction on their record. Tenants or landlords do not like putting evictions on records. It's costly, it takes time, and it also makes it so that tenant now has trouble to gain access to tenancy down the road for 7 years until it comes off their record. We manage multiple properties in this area in Kenmore and in Kirkland. We have arch units, which we know that the city of Kenmore partners with. The arch program requires us to recertify our tenants every single year to make sure that they fall under the income requirements of that program. If a tenant starts making more money than the program allows for in the recertification process, we have to ask them to move on with a 90-day notice and move them out. If you remove the loophole, there is no wording in the state law at the just cause level that you can ask that tenant to move out. So now you're taking away low-income housing from other tenants who deserve that because one person got a leg up, but now they can choose to stay in that unit because you now no longer have the legal ability to remove them from that unit. Please consider what you're doing. Please consider how you are affecting all the tenants out there and their ability to have good neighbors, just like that they're being to their neighbors. Thank you.
Lori Sperry.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I've never done this before as a citizen after I retired after 12 years on the council. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I have two items that I want to cover. One is the rental protections, and then the last item is a comment on the surplus property regulation related to affordable housing. So both of them are related to affordable housing, which I think we all agree is quite an issue for all of us. Most of us couldn't buy our own homes today because of the rate of increase of housing costs versus average salaries. So I'm going to give a personal example. So my husband and I have lived in Kenmore for over 30 years, 31 years. So we bought our house many years ago. And believe it or not, we're both senior citizens. I mean, I know we look amazing, but hey, you know. And we would like to stay in our house. And I feel like that's one of those areas that people forget about, you know, seniors who live in the community, have deep roots in the community, have served, and would like to stay. And one of the ways that we have been able to keep going is by renting out rooms or, you know, providing housing for adult children who can't afford housing in the area. And also, we have also rented out to international students. And over the years, you know, we've been that safe haven, that soft landing place for lots of people in transition. And one of the things that we have thought about for a long time is to make it formal and do like an ADU or something like that. So that would be an increased unit. So when I read the initial round of the proposals, it was very upsetting to me. First of all, the part was, I read it and I went, whoa, who's this evil landlord? You know, they're so mean to these tenants. What's wrong, you know? And I went, oh, I guess I'm a landlord. And it was a very odd feeling. I thought, well, I don't do that. You know, I'm really a housing provider. And so, you know, I appreciate all the time you've taken on this. I know this is an interest to many citizens from different viewpoints in the area. And I applaud you for removing some of the most egregious ones, like, for example, the criminal background check. You know, especially in these more intimate renting situations, you know, there are many women in my age group, maybe they are alone, have a large house and would like to rent out rooms or provide, you know, those kind of affordable spaces for people, but not being able to screen someone, especially if it's, you know, someone they don't know well, would be very, you know, very difficult to do that. So I would just encourage you, as you're moving forward with this, is to kind of consider all the perspectives in terms of, you know, those like myself that are in this category of, you know, this kind of middle income and wanting to stay. And this is one way that we can do that. So I'm going to switch to, 7 seconds, I can do this. On the surplus housing, I remember over and over being drilled into me, we can't gift public funds, we can't gift public funds. And I understand that this is for a purpose, you know, to provide these units.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Berry.
I guess you'll have to wait till next time. Thank you.
Vansberry.
We're going the address at this point. Okay. I'd like to make a comment on the amount of graffiti that seems to be cropping up around the city. And I have not been following the city council or the meetings, but I am wondering, has there been any thought or consideration about what should be done with this? I know we've had it on private mailbox and there's a lot of public utility boxes, etc., that have been defaced with graffiti, should we say vandalized with graffiti. Some of it has been attempted to be covered up and the graffiti seems to return. So this is an ongoing thing. I know in a sense, maybe could be considered like the old broken window theory. The more it is, the more we will have. I find it very degrading. I don't think it speaks well for the city. And I am curious or asking and requesting the city council consider some kind of process where this can be addressed and work perhaps with the police or whatever. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sperry. There are no additional in-person commenters signed up to speak, so we will call the following virtual attendees in this order: Heidi Shepard, Jeremy Tadros, Janet Hayes, Stacey V, and Nancy Glenwood. Heidi Shepard. Heidi Shepard, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm virtual for sure. This is Heidi Shepard, and I'm pleased to be with you, Mayor Herbrig, and the Kenmore City Council. I'm president of the North Urban Human Services Alliance, or NUSA, and I reside in Shoreline. My purpose tonight is to recognize Kenmore's thoughtful and courageous actions in support of renter protections by gathering information from your community. I've attended several of your council meetings, and I'm impressed that you hear from your community with a variety of views on this important topic. Those who are renting and those who are the landlords of the property. From studying the proposed chapter 8.55, this ordinance aims to protect renters and landlords by requiring responsible behavior from both. As an alliance that advocates for healthy communities through access to human services in the 5 cities of North King County, NUSA has continued to learn about the situations which contribute to families and adults losing their housing through eviction. Often this instability cascades into decreased family stability, becoming unemployed, and in some cases, living in an unsafe environment. I agree with the previous speaker who said graffiti doesn't speak well of Kenmore, and homelessness does not speak well for any of our cities. I believe that we can agree that we do not want to increase the numbers of homeless folks anywhere in the North End. The renter protections proposed in this ordinance approach an equal playing field so that both the tenants and the landlords can expect to live and operate in a healthy community. Kenmore is clearly setting the standard in a very difficult time and setting the model for the other 4 cities. Just like the rowing champions, Kenmore is leading the way. Thank you very much.
Jeremy Tadros?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, so my name is Jeremy Tadros. I live in Bothell, but I'm like a street away from Kenmore. I have connections with some of the local residents groups in Kenmore. Residents who live in Kenmore submitted stories about their experiences to a survey that we put out. And one of those respondents gave us permission for us to share their story anonymously. This resident of Kenmore has a rent around $2,600 per month, but they recently received a notice of a $900 increase. That is a 35% increase in a very short period of time. The size of this increase meant that the resident is considering moving away from Kenmore and even out of the state. But they also face difficulty on that front because affordable housing is not just a local issue, even though it is exacerbated here. They were quoted $10,000 for moving fees to the state that they would like to have the option moving to in their circumstances. $10,000 is close to 9% of the median income in Kenmore. Fortunately, they were able to negotiate for a lower increase and have also had the time to find other options for moving. But that is kind of the point here. The need for time in these scenarios that the ordinance will kind of help provide for. Without a reasonable amount of time, this resident would have been forced to spend an unexpected 9% of their income after being forced to move out by a 35% increase in the rent. And unfortunately, this is not an outlier. This is just one of the stories that we've received and just happens to be one of the ones who allowed us to kind of speak anonymously. And kind of the fact that a renter in Kenmore needed someone to speak anonymously on their behalf kind of shows the power of kind of landlords in these situations. We ask you to please adopt the protections for our discussions this evening, not just for this resident, but for all the others impacted in similar ways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Tadros. Janet Hayes. Janet Hayes, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Janet Hayes, and I'm a resident of Kenmore, and I'm commenting because I've been trying out to find out about a project that's going to happen in Kenmore called The Bench. And today, when I was going over I hadn't read all the attachments, but when I went over the bench properties attachment and the asset options we have, I started wondering how this idea came to be. And now all of a sudden it is. It's actually a real thing that I'm not happy about. And I don't think anyone on the north side of Kenmore will be too happy about it too. We know nothing about heights. We can't question about properties being sold or bought, but we have opinions. And this is our city too. After all, that came from a vision that Rob Carlindsey had, or a dream. I don't know which, but he mentioned it at the retreat. So my questions are, I see that we're going to be getting a consultant for those properties, but it looks to me like you're not going to tell the consultant everything that they're looking at, so you'll be able to get your money's worth. What I'm talking about is, you mentioned 2 properties, but actually you've been trying to get 3. One being, the third one being the full house. So, and I question your ways that you're going to get it. I don't know when there will be a vote on this, but the council needs to do what I'm doing right now and ask for a public hearing, open house, whatever we get, even before you hire a consultant. This is my town too. And I hear it's spoken like it's somebody else's. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Thank you. Oh, everyone needs to ask or to be able to have a public hearing. Ask in your comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Stacy V.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Stacy Valenzuela Kenmore. When we came forward in late 2017 to preserve and protect the homeowners in the mobile home parks from permits and development, we learned that many seniors, disabled, and other nationalities were heavily preyed upon with prejudices, especially in one mobile home park. They were fined and faced attempts to confiscate their homes, some successfully. These same property owners profited in the last 2 years over $400,000 and will profit another $300,000 this year. We continually share these injustices to the city council. We met with our legislators, senators, pleading for help and resolution through tenant protections. Kenmore responded with the temporary mobile home community zoning, and legislation added some protections. Tenants have not had fair or equal rights for generations. Some have 35-page leases with each statement removing the tenant right. We need tenant protections to finally bring tenants closer to equality rights with landlords and property owners. As the years went by, we learned more throughout Kenmore. Our neighbors, tenants, homeowners, and even developers are sharing true experiences of being subject to the same prejudice and injustices throughout Kenmore. It is heartbreaking. They're being subjected to these same prejudice throughout the city through a few property owners, the planning and permit process, fee notices, and intimidation to sell property. Some with less education are new to the process, some even being longtime property and business owners. Perhaps some are unable to understand culturally how sentimental and important keeping your first or longtime property is. We need the added tenant protection to apply to all tenants, all landlords, and all property owners to protect our neighbors from those that avoid the laws with loopholes, to continue to abuse the less vulnerable, even under watchful eyes. We thank the majority of the Kenmore residents and property owners for being very caring, fair, and giving. Most would never support their neighbors of any race, religion, sexual orientation, or status being treated this way. I plead with you tonight to pass the tenant protections applying to all, even small property owners. I ask you too to support the just cause eviction fines. I appreciate that the assistance for relocation for the small property owners. The city keeps discussing the bench, like all discussions of property, taxpayer dollars and property should be fully transparent, have public hearing and naming for the residents' input and participation, not just a consultant and a staff member. Aren't the city council's top priorities climate change and affordable housing? The city staff also needs to show that they support ordinances, climate change action, implementing the Climate Commitment Act in the job of protecting and preserving our resources, natural habitat, wetlands, and ecosystem for the future of Kenmore. We ask that you take action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy?
Okay, this is on my concern about missing middle housing and critical areas or the connection. I live in the moorland section of Kenmore, which is inundated with streams both above and underground, as well as wetlands and steep slopes. The more I hear, especially about the soils, the more concerned I am about flooding on the steep slope where I live. I have been told by the planning department that no matter what the zoning, these critical areas will be protected according to the Kenmore critical areas codes. That does not justify the increase in zoning done in 2019 and now the incentives of missing middle to fill up to the R6 level, previously zoned at R4. This goes against the city critical area code chapter 18.55.100, protection of critical area states. Any action taken shall result in equivalent or greater functions and values of the critical areas associated, etc. This tells us that the steep slopes and groundwater in moorlands requires lower, not higher densities. There's no way higher densities will save the trees or preserve critical functions of wetlands. This is against best available science as well, which is 18.55.110. The definition of R1 in the 2019 Kenmore zoning code says that this category is used on or adjacent to lands, this is R1, on or adjacent to lands with area-wide environmental constraints where development is required to cluster away from critical areas. I have seen no examples where this is done except the obvious buffers surrounding the two streams going down steep slopes in the moorlands area. I know of no stream protections in place for the streams coming from Inglemoor High, which used to be a large wetland. The city has specified no steep slope areas or wetlands other than the obvious ones. This may be due to the fact they are using the out-of-date National Wetlands Survey. It appears to residents that the R6 zoning was done arbitrarily without consideration of all the unique critical areas. I was told by the planning department that some areas are more critical than others, and that sounds like a judgment not based on facts. I believe the city should, if they're critical, they are critical, and it means they need protection no matter what they tell me anyway. I believe the city should be looking for more expert opinions in these cases, just based on all the projects that appear. There was little knowledge prior to development, like roads caving and cracking and streams coming down streets for no apparent reason. I observed a stream rerouted due to a development recently. I doubt that if that was expected prior to the development. So to residents who have seen many changes in the moorlands area through the years, this zoning an invitation to increase densities is unbelievable, considering the fragile nature of the entire area. And I want to just say, I don't have time, but the idea of developers coming in and redoing our neighborhood is the biggest threat to a lot of people. So thank you.
Nancy, could we get your full name and city of residence for the record?
Yes, Nancy Hansen, Kenmore.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen. We will hear from Tran Larson, Tatiana Wyckoff, Brian Houghton, Matthew Halls, and Michelle Eastman next. Tran Larson, can you go ahead and unmute?
Hi, good evening. My name is Tran Larson. I live in Seattle, but I work at the Housing Justice Project that represents tenants from all over King County who are facing eviction. I'd like to share a story from a local Kenmore renter, Leah Morgan, who is unable to attend tonight as her mother has suddenly and unexpectedly passed away. I'm a stage 4 cancer survivor, still undergoing active treatment. For 15 years, my husband and I have lived at Chelsea Court, and we had no plans to leave. I cannot work. We have a 1-bedroom apartment that is reasonably roomy, and we spent most of our money and energy trying to help me deal with both cancer treatment as well as the side effects of the treatment. My treatments have included a double mastectomy, radiation to both my chest wall and my entire brain, and years of chemotherapy. I am 46 years old, and I was diagnosed with breast cancer when I was 40. My treatment team and I had great hopes that the cancer would go for good, but that's not happened. Instead, I suffer ongoing treatments and will do so indefinitely. I cannot get disability as I'm married and my husband has a job. I've tried, appealed, and been turned down. Unfortunately for me, I've been disabled all of my adult life with rheumatoid arthritis, and the hours I was able to work don't entitle me to anything. We are a one-income household and will always be. We have no savings for retirement. We don't anticipate being able to retire. Our apartment is poorly built and badly wired. My life would be made safer by rewiring, as well as the replacement of the molded tub and shower with a walk-in shower. The stairs to my apartment are uncovered, open to the elements, very dark at night, and casting weird shadows that caused me to fall one night. My car was stolen from the parking lot. We are now faced with a huge rent increase. The owners of Chelsea Court, I'm afraid I'm too fatigued to track down who they are, want an additional $500 a month, claiming this increase as market price. Our current rent is $1,430 for our 1-bedroom, 1-bath. I pleaded that indeed I have no income and I'm an advanced cancer patient, so they reduced it to a $250 rent raise. This will take effect in October. We cannot afford such massive rent increases. We moved here from California, having been priced out of the entire California market, and now we find the same is happening to us here. So this is a stark reminder of what's at stake when we're talking about whether or not to pass tenant protections and who should be exempt from laws. The owner of Chelsea Court Apartments came to a prior council meeting and called himself a small landlord. This is a 41-unit building, but this is a common tactic. Landlords will put their properties under LLCs, so it's difficult to actually know who is a small landlord. But tenants don't get to be exempted from their responsibilities under the law, so why should landlords get to be exempt? You've heard from landlords tonight who have admitted they take advantage of the loophole in the statewide just cause ordinance. You've heard them lie about what the law actually says, and you consistently heard racist, classist language being used to describe your most marginalized residents. Tenant protections aren't a violation of your landlord rights. It's to protect tenants from being taken advantage of.
Tatiana Wyckoff. You're muted. We still can't hear you. We'll give you some time to figure out your technical issues and we will come back to you. Brian Houghton.
Hi, my name is Brian Houghton. I am the HOA president of Creekside Townhomes over in Kenmore, and I am a current resident. We're located on Northeast 80th, and I'm actually here tonight regarding the TOD proposals and what's going on, and in particular the changes to the mandate for builders to build TOD versus it being optional as it was before. And it has to do with the density and the impact on the rest of the community and the existing quality of life for the people living here. A T18 on a half acre is 9 units. And if you start looking at options of densities of 55 to 75 units, going up 5, 6, 7 stories, and it blots out the sun. It has a dramatic impact on both traffic. It has an impact on having a wall that's 6 stories tall where you've before had sunshine or the ability to view the birds. Changing the density regulations for the property and setbacks and everything else to accommodate TOD impacts all of the quality of life surrounding that with the current people that have been here, some of them 18 years. And you want to talk about affordable housing. I was lucky enough to get in before the last big boom in pricing housing. With the financial impact associated with what happens if a TOD building goes up 20 feet from me, 6 stories tall, and literally not having sunshine and that impact on my resale value, I can't buy a quality property and have a quality of life anywhere near Kenmore, let alone clear out to beyond Lake Stevens before you start getting into areas that you can actually afford something, or moving completely out of state. That impact, it needs to be considered of the quality of life for the existing people and the impact of putting up high density buildings that increase traffic, don't have parking, that have garbage for 50, 60, 70 people that's going to waft into the community that's already there. I'm saying look at the quality of life for the people that are already here in Kenmore and that are looking to maintain their affordable housing, and looking at moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Houghton. Sorry, we still can't hear you.
Could we have her maybe call in? There's a phone number, I think, to dial in to the.
Yeah, if you look at the agenda for tonight's meeting, there is a phone number that you can call in on.
Might be worth giving that a try.
So we will call on Matthew Halls next.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Matt Halls. I am a resident of Bothell, but I have a rental in Kenmore. So I'm a landlord, small landlord. And I'm here tonight to talk about both still pushing for the small landlord exemption, as opposed to all the tenant rights people have stated. Small landlords are not evil, racist people. We're trying to provide an asset to the community. And, we personally provide for a small family a nice below market rental. And they've had that for 3 years now. The two things I want to comment on are the just cause exemptions. I believe that they want to apply just cause to fixed term leases ending. That means you can't just let a lease expire. And like people have said, that's the whole purpose of a lease. So I'm a little confused by the loophole part of that. And I think that's why the state avoided it. And also the other part, which I think one of the other speakers commented on, that a lot of the landlords use the expiration of a lease as a way to gracefully get rid of someone that in other situations they'd be forced to drag into court. And this is now going to force that issue. And if there is an issue, there's no longer the end of the lease that'll cause that termination. It's going to cause more evictions, and it's going to backfire on the one thing you're trying to accomplish. And then the second thing is, if the city removes the legitimate business reason just cause that the state allows, that one provides for unforeseeable situations that even the council can't foresee right now. It means that some really critical issues will not be resolvable. This could cause damage and harm to both landlords and tenants. And that's all I have to say tonight. So I'll release the rest of the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halls. Michelle Eastman.
Hello, my name is Michelle Eastman, and I am joining the president of the North Urban Human Services Alliance, Heidi Shepard, on behalf of NUSA to speak in favor of renter protections. Although I'm a Shoreline resident and a newer member to NUSA, I'm interested in supporting Just Cause, the Just Cause portion. And I hope that, and I wanted to thank the Kenmore City Council for taking on tenant protections, and that I hope that my city and others will follow. And that's it for my testimony.
Thank you. We will hear from Suzanne, Devin Glazer, Emma Chang Montoya, following another attempt here from Ms. Wyckoff. Were you able to call in?
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Is
Hello?
this Suzanne?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hold on just 1 second. Miss Wyckoff, can you hear? Did you call in? See, there's a couple call-in listeners from the phone. Okay. Yes, let's go ahead and move on to Suzanne.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne. I live in Kenmore and I'm a tenant at an apartment complex. I've previously been in a situation where I'm currently living, where there have been drug dealers, a man and a woman who harassed, threatened, and bullied everyone, including myself. The drug dealers created an unsafe environment. There were guns, and this attracted people who were simply up to no good. In 2020, the first of 2020, new property managers took ownership, and they have done tremendous work on clearing out those that created the dangerous and unsettling place to live. The pandemic has caused many to be in horrific financial hardships, myself included. I am thankful for the opportunity that my landlord gave me this past year. I lost my job and was severely behind on my rent. I was given the chance to resolve my situation without being evicted, for which I always will be grateful. If landlords are not allowed to resolve issues on their property, this will force good tenants to move. And my fear is that rent will increase to a point that it will be difficult for those already having financial hardships to find a place to rent that is safe. There are many landlords that are great and care about the safety of tenants. Please don't allow the bad seeds to thrive. Landlords need to be able to terminate tenancies of troublemaker tenants who may not rise to the level of eviction. I feel very strongly about this considering the situation I've been in. That's all I have to say.
Can you state your full name and your city of residence for the record?
Suzanne Bates, Kenmore, Washington.
Thank you. Devin Glazer.
Hi, thank you. My name is Devin Glazer. I'm an attorney with the Tenant Law Center. I live in Seattle, but I represent a lot of tenants who rent and vote in Kenmore. I want to say thank you to Mayor Herbig and the Kenmore City Council for considering these really important tenant protections. I talk to people every day who have tried to build a community in their neighborhood, whose kids go to school there, who take part in community gardens, are otherwise really invested. But they're renters, and so they have no ability to guarantee their long-term ability to stay in their homes. I found it a bit ironic to hear about landlords saying that they needed to take advantage of their tenants in order to stay in Kenmore. But the just cause loophole is built to make sure that like your tenants, your renters can stay in Kenmore. People deserve the right to have housing stability. They deserve the right to renew their lease if they like where they live. If your kids go to school, it makes sense to make sure you have the right to renew there. And I think it's really great that we're going to close the loophole that the state kind of left in a otherwise good law. I also want to speak in favor of the abusive and deceptive tactics ban. Again, every day I talk to a whole lot of tenants, and I couldn't game out for you every creative way there is that landlords have found to take advantage of the power imbalance that they just inherently have. Landlords are repeat players. They've been renting for potentially years. They know the laws. They know what they shouldn't do. And I see a lot being done that shouldn't be being done because they think they can get away with it. And so creating like a floor saying that these types of abusive and deceptive tactics are not acceptable in Kenmore is just incredibly important. Again, I thank you for supporting this legislation and working on it and really recognizing that people need to stay in their homes, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. For the two call-in listeners, if you type *9 on your phone, you should be able to raise your hand so we can see if you would like to speak. But we will hear from Emma Chang Montoya next.
Hi, my name is Emma Chang Montoya. I'm currently residing in Seattle. Oh, sorry. Do you want to start? Am I good to go? Okay, hi, my name is Emma Chang Montoya. I reside in Seattle, Washington, but I'm a legal intern for the Tenant Law Center, and we get a lot of calls from tenants living in Kenmore. So I've had a lot of experience speaking to different tenants about things that they've been dealing with their landlords, and I want to make it clear that also these landlords aren't all like large corporations with their headquarters in other states. Like these landlords are also housing providers, like small landlords. They're trying to evict their tenants illegally to live in the home or move their parents into the home. It's not always like these large antagonists. And while many of them are here giving examples of the worst tenants, they're failing to recognize that those are very few, and the vast majority of tenants pay their rent on time and leave their units clean, or are actively contributing to and benefiting the Kenmore community. And many of the tenants who call us are also struggling personally in many different ways. And they've lost jobs due to COVID and scraping their way back, or the breadwinner in the family's injured and not able to make money. And they're facing many obstacles, a lot of the times illegal, put into place by their landlords. A recent example of something we're seeing more and more often is that some landlords are using online portals and misguiding their tenants on how they can pay rent. It's creating a barrier for tenants to check how much they owe or look at their lease, or even know how much they need to set aside for the month or how to budget. And landlords also are, unbeknownst to their tenants, changing their leases and making tenants pay for repairs that the landlord is supposed to pay for. And these are by the definition of deceptive acts, and hurting the tenants in that sense. And then for the just cause loopholes, these are additionally harming tenants, and they're granting landlords or housing providers the unhindered ability to harm tenants' lives, stability, and well-being. They're taking kids away from their schools and forcing families to move out of their homes, even if they have done nothing to warrant such an action. Refusing lease renewals is extremely harmful to tenants. And these tenants are, again, valuable members of the Kenmore community. So in all, these tenants protections are incredibly important and undeniably help tenants live with the same rights as any other member of the Kenmore community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It looks like we do have one call-in listener with their hand raised. I'm hoping that this is Ms. Wyckoff. If it is you, I would suggest muting your computer so we don't get feedback. And then we can unmute you.
I think *6 will unmute somebody on the phone.
You want to try hitting *6?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is actually Michelle Wyckoff. My daughter had the computer during her Zoom classes during school. I am a tenant of Kenmore, Washington, and my comment tonight is just trying to have more affordable housing. I have went through a whirlwind of problems. I'm one of the lucky people to actually have a decent landlord. I hear the horror stories of the slumlords and stuff, but I actually have a good one who's been very patient and trying to work with me. But it's so hard for me to be able to get support from different areas. I don't know who to reach out to in Kenmore. I'm currently behind in my rent. Back in October, my mom passed away suddenly. And when she passed away, the job that I had that would have afforded me to be able to be sufficient in my home fired me the very next day after my mom passed away. Then I have a chronic illness, and my son has a chronic illness. So with COVID going on, and then everybody getting COVID in January, I lost another job. And it's been like a revolving cycle. And I'm trying not to get emotional or cry right now, but my hands are tied as a mom, as a single mom with no help, no support at all. And while some agencies have been able to help me, I still need more help. And I can't afford a rent hike. Because the rent is the amount that it is, I had to work a little bit, and that in turn caused me to lose my Social Security benefits, which I'm trying to get back now. But even if I get my Social Security benefits back, with the way the rent is going right now, I'm not going to be able to afford to just live off of my Social Security benefits. And so I'm just asking for more support. I know that I don't know personally what my landlord has to go through. And like I said, he's a godsend, and he's been very patient. but there needs to be more resources for people like myself to be able to sustain. I don't mind working. Like right now, my children are going out in the community, my older two children, and they are helping other people so that they can be able to help keep us afloat. And that's not fair for them because they're new young adults, and it's not fair that they have to take care of me when it's actually my job to be able to take care of them. So I thank you guys for your time, and I'm asking that you guys put a cap on what the rent is. So yes, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see any additional hands raised for public comment.
All right. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Consent agenda is approved unanimously. Next on the agenda, ordinance number 22-0554, residential renter protection regulations, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and City Attorney Don Rayton.
Good evening, Council. So this evening, we are asking for council direction on Ordinance 22-0554, residential rental protection regulations. And there are two new residential renter protections proposed. First is just cause eviction, and this is intended to supplement state protection by removing exceptions and requiring landlords to give just cause for all evictions. The second renter protection is the ban on abusive, deceptive, and unfair practice in rental housing. So the ordinance is attached in your agenda packet, as well as what those regulations look like in the Kenmore Municipal Code. Both of these are complex topics, and perhaps for context, it would be helpful if the city attorney could sort of outline what the just cause regulations do and do not do. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. To summarize, the council gave direction to staff to bring back an ordinance which included that applied to all tenancies. So there were no exceptions. I don't like to use the word loophole, but it's been used tonight. So month to month or a fixed term would be treated equally. So what that means, this council directed that those just causes be the same as state law. So what is before you today is exactly that. The state's tenant protections have been identified using the state's language and the notice requirements. None have been removed. I believe there is a question or a query about whether or not the business exception has been removed. It has not. In that, again, the state just cause provisions were adopted as this council directed and not changed. So that is before you, again, treating all tenants equally if you wish to evict or terminate a tenancy or just refuse to renew. It doesn't matter how long it's for. It doesn't matter if it's a defined term or a month-to-month. Again, all tenants are treated equally and require just cause. So with that kind of summary, I'm happy to answer any questions about either the, of course, just cause protections or the prohibition on abusive acts or omissions or representations.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. Ms. Rayton, the just cause eviction, I think subsection 14, did I read it right? It requires 4, among other things or other exceptions, it requires 4 material breaches of a lease before the landlord has to then give 60 days notice to the tenant. Is that right?
That is correct. You have that that's a state law protection that is also within the proposed ordinance. That is correct.
Okay, material breach of a lease means like could be any non-monetary thing, like leaving the garbage or having a potentially dangerous situation with garbage or noise violations bothering other tenants and people, etc.
That is correct. It's up to the landlord to determine the material lease of what would constitute a material breach.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just a quick question. So an example of what was raised from the audience about not being able to evict when a tenant no longer meets income eligibility for an income restricted property, such as an arch property. Is that the kind of situation that would be precluded an eviction in that case? Or, I mean, where does this, I was a little unclear from reading it.
Understood. Well, from subsection, the proposed tenant protections, subsection 8.55.075, new subsection B, subsection 2 allows as good cause a substantial breach of a material program requirement of subsidized housing. I would again presume that if you have the ability to be within a subsidized housing program, income limits, et cetera, would be a part of that requirement.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I continue to be distressed that we're ignoring the small landlords. And I wish that we would entertain that exemption.
Councilmember Kugler.
I'd like to seek clarification on scenarios where someone is renting out a room in their single family home, for example. If someone made the choice that they no longer wanted to rent it out, would like the exemption number 4 apply or not? Let's say they're not putting someone else to sleep in that room, but they just no longer want to rent out a room in their home.
That is correct. So again, subsection 4 provides the ability for someone renting a room in their home to provide adequate notice and then identify that they will be occupying that for themselves or their family. That is correct.
Any further questions? Councilmember File.
Thank you. In looking at the bill that was passed earlier this last year, it's pretty descriptive, and I think that many of the questions that came up were pretty well answered and handled with this. And I know that with change, it can cause some stressors to community. I think that we might be needing something after we take action today, depending on how that goes, like an FAQ sheet. I just thinking ahead at what we might need in the future to help clarify confusion for people. But thank you for your work on this.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
And just a quick clarification, this is modeled after the state causes, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, there's some similarly titled ordinances in other cities that have been more problematic. So this is, yeah, Okay.
And let me just clarify, that is correct. The direction that was given to us was to, again, model after the state exceptions. Those were utilized. I don't want to say verbatim because some subsection numbers had to be changed, but they are exactly what the state offers, no more, no less.
Any further questions, comments? Okay. The chair would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 22-0554.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion. Deputy Mayor and then Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, I'd like to just make a comment. Lack of housing and affordability is at the root of our homelessness crisis. When people lose their homes and can't afford to move into a new one, this brings to bear potential homelessness, and those who become homeless experiencing compacting factors that are the visible impacts of homelessness in our region. Just want to state that these tenant protections are geared towards helping our most vulnerable in our community members be housed and maintain their housing. So I support this ordinance. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall.
Yes, I move to amend the motion on the table to exempt small landlords defined as owners of 4 units or less that they're renting out from the just cause eviction portion and not from the unfair and deceptive practices portion. I think it's important that we give small landlords a fair shake. Thank you.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for an amendment to waive the just cause portion of the ordinance for small landlords who own 4 or less units. Discussion, Councilmember File.
Thank you. Well, I really appreciate the thought behind needing exemption for small landlords and even the quantitative number. In actuality, all evidence shows that exemptions for a small landlord would just slide through to a corporate landlord. By the research that has been done both in the Senate and in the House Housing Committee on Housing and Homelessness Committee. That being the case, is something I could not support is an extension or exempting of the landlords under this classification. Also, landlords can fall into multiple LLCs. Under multiple LLCs, and shelters, and even different owning capacities. With those different owning capacities, they may be a super owner or a minor owner. There are many complexities to the motion that the council member made that don't directly address some of the root issues that cause the complexity. So given that you can have multiple LLCs and be a landlord and own multiple properties and still be called a small landlord, there are issues within our state that still yet need to be addressed and resolved here before I could support such a motion. So for this reason, I will not support this amendment.
Councilmember Kugler.
I have the same stance as I did when we previously talked about exemptions, which is that I would really like to understand better the reasoning behind the request for an exemption and the number of units. To me, the number 4 or 5 or 3, whatever, feels arbitrary. But I guess I'd really like to understand, why is that just cause proposal so onerous?
Any further, Councilmember Marshall?
Yes. So thank you, Councilmember Kugler. I conceive it as just that basic economic principle that where there's a larger owner, a larger corporation with many units, a larger business of any kind, a tech organization that commands millions of dollars, for instance, or a large conglomerate, it's better able to bear the costs of its business risks. It's a vast corporation or a larger corporation or a big corporation. It's just better able to bear the costs of its risks. It's not personal, it's business decisions. It's got these resources. It's not a couple of those folks who called in today, I think. I believe Miss Sperry was one of them. It's not folks who live here who just own one house who worked at maybe Boeing for 30 years and paid a mortgage. And then finally, maybe in their retirement, we're looking for a reverse mortgage to help with medical issues or further financial stability, and found that they had to rent out a room or have some additional income. It's not those folks who can bear those issues. I see it as something very straightforward that you could, definitely discuss with some of the small landlords or maybe other folks who do small rentals, and even people who are in much more precarious situations than many in renting out small units in rough situations where they're looking at paying mortgages, where they have medical issues, where they have issues of deaths in the family and other breadwinners, where they may be in trouble soon, or even approaching retirement, or looking at going into a nursing home and having to try to supplement with some kind of income before they sell. So I think that's the principal concern, and also that just cause eviction, partially on the side of this, I guess, is that I really can't see allowing someone to have 4 material breaches that causes problems not only to the landlord but no doubt to other tenants and everybody in there. That's a serious flaw in the just cause eviction, or at least one of those. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, I don't see this as this particular clause that we're discussing tonight, just cause eviction, as being an economic one. We did discuss others in the past that had more of an economic component. So I guess that's my feeling. I spent several months working on the EPRAP program, the Eviction Prevention and Rental Assistance Program, in an earlier position. And just from personal experience, it was the small landlords that had, typically less than a dozen units, maybe 3 or 4, that did not, were less flexible and did not kind of understand the offerings that were put before them to fix economic problems and to be more flexible with their tenants. The larger landlords tended to say, yeah, we'll do that. We'll work, we'll take the rental assistance and work with our tenants and weather this and try to work it out. So I actually have had the opposite experience. So I guess I'm not, for those reasons, I'm not in favor of having an exemption for small landlords. I feel like we should treat everybody equally, whether they're a tenant of a small landlord or a tenant of a many unit landlord.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I have a question for staff before I move on. One of the things we heard today was in relation to bordering, renting out a room versus being a landlord. For example, a council member spoke to the fact of renting a room and also mixing communications with landlording. There's a difference between bordering laws and a rental, landlord transactions. And I think that I wouldn't want to confuse our community or our public with the two. That they are separate issues, are they not? Border has certain very clear defined definitions and even federal and state and county laws, right?
So what's before you only speaks to leasing rental tenancies. And it's very well defined per state law. So there should not be confusion as to what it applies to or not. Your ordinance very clearly identifies what a tenant is, what a landlord is, what a dwelling unit is. And those are consistent with state law definitions.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to table this motion. We've heard it multiple times before us. We considered it multiple times. I think we've heard it to the nth degree back and forth on this issue, and I think we could better use our time by moving on.
Using the motion to table as a way to kill something is an improper use of Robert's rules. Unless you want to push it, to tables to push something usually later into the meeting if we need more information or something like that. That's not what I'm hearing right now.
Pardon me, I should say tabling indefinitely.
So you want to postpone indefinitely?
I can.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify language.
I can postpone indefinitely, or I can table indefinitely.
There is no
There are two different
tabling
motions.
indefinitely. Sorry, I've had to dig into Roberts a bit the last couple of months. So you are moving to postpone indefinitely the motion made by Councilmember Marshall?
Marshall, yes.
Marshall.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, since the motion here is to table indefinitely, means there's no desire to ever take this off the table, to ever be acted on. And this is an amendment. And if you table that, you got an amendment on the bill, and therefore the bill itself should be tabled with it, because you can't decide one without the other.
Yeah, I agree. Hang on, I'm sorry, I need to do some reading now because I was not expecting to jump into this right in the middle of this meeting. I apologize. If our attorney happens to know about these motions, I would.
Generally, the motion to table, it's unclear whether it would attach to the main motion also. And I don't know the answer to that. So if the intent is to only attack the amendment itself, I can't answer whether or not that would also attach the main motion. I'm not the parliamentarian. I know your city clerk may be, but I have always seen the main motion tabled, not an amendment to the main motion.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. Yes.
I mean, you've got an amendment to the main motion.
Understood.
You can't deal with the main motion until you deal with the amendment. And that tabling indefinitely is not dealing with the amendment.
I actually think you're correct. I think if we were to table the amendment, we would end up having to, or if we had to postpone the amendment, we would end up forcing postponement on the entire item. But for lack of a second, unless there is a second, the motion will fail. Back to discussion of the amendment. Is there any other further discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Kugler?
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify, because I think that last question and answer might have also shown some confusion. Based on my reading of what was proposed, if you rent out a room in your home and you are a landlord and provide a lease for someone who is renting out that room, this would apply. There are really clear exceptions, which include something like, if you're renting for, I think, like a dorm or stuff like that. But I just want to clarify with our legal counsel that this does apply.
It does apply.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment to exempt small landlords? Okay, seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on Councilmember Marshall's amendment?
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
No.
Mayor Herbig,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
No.
Councilmember Kugler,
No.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
No.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Motion fails 5-2.
That brings us back to our main motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion to adopt ordinance 22-0554? Seeing no further discussion, would the clerk please take the roll on the main motion?
Councilmember Marshall,
No.
Councilmember Baker,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2.
Next on the agenda is Rhododendron Boathouse Quarterly Update presented by Parks Project Manager Rob Sayre McCord and Kenmore Boathouse Fundraising Committee. Mr. Sayre McCord.
You're muted,
Yeah, you're muted.
Mr. Sayre McCord.
Thank you very much. Sorry about that. I am here to mostly hand it over to Nell Aiello and the Friends of Kenmore Boathouse Fundraising Committee with the Q3 update for the Rhododendron Boathouse. And I believe Ms. Aiello is going to kick things off and then introduce gradually various members of the committee.
Thank you, Rob. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us. I'm Nell Aiello with the George Pocock Rowing Foundation, and I'm joined this evening with the Friends of the Kenmore Boathouse Fundraising Committee. So I'm going to hand it over to Tom Sanderson, Stacey Auger, and Allison Anderson to give an update on the Kenmore Public Boathouse fundraising campaign.
Thank you, Nell. This is Tom Sanderson, and can you confirm you can hear me all right? Excellent. Okay, thank you to the council for your time this evening tonight. My name is Tom Sanderson. I'm one of the recent additions to the board for the Friends of Kenmore Boathouse, along with Eric. We're both parents of North Shore high school rowers that make great advantage of the boathouse this season, and we're really proud to help advance that mission. Since the last update, obviously I'm new to the committee, but since then we have established the donation campaign to start bringing in public support, and that includes the website and links to enable direct donation, which we rolled out at the anniversary of the Boathouse celebration earlier this summer, which included hosting our first birthday as the public facility boathouse and doing some outreach to the community, actually offering rowing experiences. Had a tremendous turnout. We ended up putting 2 boats on the water, which remained fully booked throughout the whole day. Great outreach and interest from the community. And we started rolling out our banner with the donation links to that and got our first donation. We obviously have a long way to go, but it was great to get started. We've also, working with Patrick and Nell at Pocock, finalized the donor wall campaign details. So this is one of the fundraising vehicles, will be a donor wall with recognition physically on the boathouse. We have established the tiers and the rewards associated with each level, and we're working now on the campaign materials to promote that, to start selling spots on the donor wall. We have also connected with Lauren from City of Kenmore to get the word out about Friends of Kenmore Boathouse through the community email distribution list. That remains in work, but to start raising awareness that FOKB exists and what our mission is within the community. And then we will be participating in the Bridge Celebration event on the 11th to promote the boathouse. And we are working on a late summer or fall gathering for further community engagement. Details TBD. Unless there's any questions, I'd like to hand it over to Stacey to update on where we're at with grants.
Stacey, you on the call this evening? Allison's nodding. Allison, do you want to do your update?
Yeah, I see Stacey's name, but I'll go ahead. So in terms of the 501c3 Friends of Kenmore Boathouse, we are officially recognized as a nonprofit in the state of Washington. So we have our certificate from the state. Still a few more hoops to jump through to actually set up our own bank account and to get our IRS tax exempt status. And so right now I'm in the process of pulling together some draft bylaws, which we need, and applying for a business license and doing all of the other things that the state requires for the official 501c3 status. But we have our nonprofit certificate from the state at this point, and yeah, and we have our board. And so Tom and Eric, who are on this call, and me are on that board. And so we're moving along. And I see Stacy's camera is on, so I will hand it off to her.
What are we doing? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Stacy Auger of LFB, and a big welcome to Tom and Eric. We've been busy relationship building with the high school parents, and that's been very rewarding. It was with great anticipation and significant hopefulness that multiple members of the fundraising committee attended trainings provided by Department of Commerce regarding the request for proposals for the reimbursement construction funds, particularly since they funded the initial phase of the project. Well over 80+ hours were invested in research, document requests, brainstorming, workarounds by multiple parties, including the necessity for founding a new nonprofit to intake any possible income and preparing the grant request for submission. Prior to the submission, I had a 90-minute mentor meeting with Michael Kendall, a program director at Department of Commerce. We worked very hard at opening interpretations of the grant parameters, and in the end, it was the lease agreement that disqualified the submission. That was something that was completely out of our control. The grant requirement was for a 15-year leasehold and preferably by the property operator. 10 years would have been a possible workaround and acceptable, but 5 years was a hard no. Mr. Kendall made it clear that the existing lease and MUA would prove a substantial roadblock to future funding with regard to a private organization seeking funding with regards to state or municipal owned property. He did offer to work with us at every opportunity in the future and find a way for us to meet requirements. It was a positive relationship building process for the future. Grants for debt and operations are nearly non-existent. However, please rest assured, we're on every list served for every city, county, state, and federal funding source that may be applicable to our cause. I spend several hours each week researching all possibilities. We are prepared at this point for the upcoming second round of funding. We missed all of those opportunities by weeks this past year. Yes, there was a lot of money out there, but we were not prepared as an organization or a group, nor do we have a clearly defined agenda. I believe that we do now. We're supported by the high school parents, and I think we're ready to head into the next round of funding, which is due to open quite soon. So that's our update.
Thank you all.
So that is that the entire update? Okay. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor, do you have a question? Okay, sorry. Oh, Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have a question. I just have a few comments. Not sure if all of you were with us at the start of the meeting, but we recognize the Inglemoor women's high school team, and we are very proud and happy to see that. We think that your programming, is a great benefit for our community, and that it will help expose, future rowers to this sport, which we know is very expensive and hard to access for a lot of people in the community. I'm happy to hear Tom's updates about some of the steps that are being taken to work with our staff and also to work on, a fundraising plan. I think further fleshing that out and getting more details about how we can grow that and make that sustainable would be really beneficial.
Anybody want to answer Councilmember Kugler's question?
This is Tom. So I didn't realize you were expecting a response, but I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, as Stacy and Nell and others have indicated, we've spent the majority of the summer building the foundation for the business infrastructure we need to do the fundraising. And absolutely, our next focus is the tactical development of what those plans have to look like to bring them to fruition. So be happy at the next opportunity we engage to get you a much more detailed plan. And now I'll talk to you at our next meeting. Maybe we should look at if we can share the initial collateral materials with the council when we're ready.
Sounds like a great plan.
Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Shrubnik.
I think this is peripherally related, and I'm really pleased to see everybody on this call. This is really exciting to have energy from all sectors. And I think maybe this is maybe a question for Nell. I think at some point a year ago, there was an idea that POCOC would be stepping away from their role and transitioning. And I given that you're here, I just I take it as an opportunity to ask kind of where that is in the process, and hopefully not in the near future.
Yes, thank you. That's a good question for everybody's knowledge and to make sure everyone is on the same page. But Patrick and I will be stepping off this committee as of September. That's the contract that we have provided as our in-kind services. So got a couple more months, and I think that we've built so much momentum that I'm not concerned. These committee members will take and roll with it to a really great destination. But yes, as of September, Patrick and I will be rolling off this committee.
Any further questions, comments? All right, well, I'm not, Councilmember Shrubnik.
I guess then the follow-up is, and now this is not related to fundraising, who is taking over the management? Because I thought those two things were tied.
The management of the committee or the management of the boathouse? The management of the committee. So one of the wonderful people who you see on the screen will be taking over the leadership of this committee, still to be determined. But as the Friends of the Kenmore Boathouse entity is established and we have that board set up, we'll look to those 3 board members for really leading this committee forward. And then in terms of the management of the boathouse, I'm going to let Patrick answer that one.
The management of the boathouse, we're prepared to extend our services through the end of the year. We are, some recent developments with the Kenmore Community Rowing Club have that a work in progress. So the timeline of handing off those management services.
Any other questions or Councilmember Kugler?
Just given that additional information and the timeline for Nell and Patrick, who's had a lot of sort of historical knowledge and participation in this process, it'd be great if the committee could work really closely with our staff to come up with like a more clear path and timeline and plan for the transition and long-term success of the committee. Thank you.
Absolutely. I think at the next meeting, we can have some slides to present with some more tactical steps towards these fundraising goals.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. I was pleasantly pleased today with this update. I am also encouraged of, as Councilmember Kugler is recommending, working with our staff to kind of get through some of the challenges and maybe come out with a nice, clear plan in the next 30 to 60 days. There is a substantial investment in our community, and we all want to see that go well. And we really appreciate your amazing contribution to this work. So I'm excited to see what we can help do together with our staff and see what will come out of work with that. And I look forward to hearing what's next.
Any further questions, comments? All right, I'm not seeing any more hands up. Thank you so much for the presentation today. And we look forward to the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for spending your time with us. Next on the agenda is a public hearing, extending and renewing interim regulations for development within the Transit-Oriented Development District Overlay Area for an additional 6-month period through January 25th, 2023 by adoption of Ordinance 22-0555. And this is presented by Debbie Bent.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, this evening there is a public hearing to receive public testimony about renewing and extending the interim regulations for development within the Transit-Oriented Development, or TOD, overlay area for an additional 6-month period through January 25th, 2023. The current ordinance that was adopted in February is due to expire in August. So the only real change with this extension is basically extending the date. So you will see the ordinance and that change in as an attachment to the regulations, but the regulations that you adopted, the interim regulations you adopted in February, stay exactly the same. Additional time is needed for the Planning Commission to continue their review of the TOD district regulations, and that is being done as part of the state mandated comprehensive plan update. The Planning Commission have been doing that work, and the intent is to provide a recommendation on TOD regulations in the fall, probably late September, early October.
Okay, why don't we go to the public hearing? Has anybody signed up to speak during the public hearing?
We do not have any in-person commenters. I do see one hand raised.
All right, if you do want to speak during this public hearing, I would ask that you use the raise hand function now on Zoom. Madam Clerk, would you call on the first person for the public hearing?
Stacy V. Mr. Mayor, do you need to officially open the public hearing?
Yeah, I apologize. The public hearing is officially opened.
Stacy V.
Thank you. Me again, Stacy V. Valenzuela of Kenmore. First, I applaud you for, before it expired, looking at extending the moratorium on the TOD overlay to encourage multiple family requirements for the 25% affordable housing units, hopefully at 50 to 30% below AMI. I know the planning department has been doing a lot of work and the commission. And I know you guys have been also. I hope that you consider the TOD and Kenmore Municipal Code 1877030 addition of the requirements of the 25% units being affordable housing in the future. If you really want action to increase affordable housing in inventory and implementation, Kenmore is the most desirable location. Contingency should only be going to those developers who fulfill the needs of Kenmore protections, preservations, and include the 25% real low affordable housing. We have seen the costs go up drastically on everything needed daily to live comfortably, even electricity, our food. Residents have seen rent increases on those already struggling during COVID. Tenants are forced to live in their cars and abandon their homes as they are being priced out of their homes. Homelessness, and those needing very low and extremely low affordable housing are drastically increasing. Our restaurants, worker, coffee shops, grocery stores, seniors, disabled, and all on fixed income need affordable housing. In 2019, 85% of low-income households were cost burdened. As of 2019, there were 27 out of every 100 units needing to be extremely low affordable housing. We know that with the 3 years of the pandemic, it's only getting worse. Again, the developers on the city's planning department all agreed requiring 25% or more of the units to be very low 50 to 30% AMI affordable housing is reasonable, and the only way that the inventory will be increased. I know that Kenmore just joined with Arch and Plymouth Housing scheduled to build 100 affordable housing units, but the need is so strong and these units will fill quickly. We need your help to extend this ordinance 220555 with no loopholes, with 25% or higher requirements of affordable housing units in the TOD plans. We need to make sure that there are no variances given or contingencies that take away from the need for this affordable housing. We are facing uncertain times on if employees will continue to work from home and not even go to the offices. So we do not know really if Sound Transit and Light Rail will be completed in the years coming. Both employees and businesses have seen huge savings and advantages, and until these changes, should we push to go back to the connection and schedules that went up the hill and the ridership made? Oh, sorry, that's something else. That's in regard to rail. But I do hope that you pass this because this is really important. It's needed in Kenmore. It's been needed for many years, and it's been one of your top priorities. So thank you again for considering this.
Thank you for your comments. Brian Houghton.
Hi, this is Brian Houghton, also living in Kenmore. Spoke a little earlier about the quality of life of existing occupants and tenants and landlords and people that own property here. One of the challenges that we see is in the zoning map and the forcing of a minimum density units within areas that don't have anything like that, that don't really support anything like a 6-story building or an 80% of a half-acre lot being taken up with housing and destroying that environment that other people live in. Because the people that are here, the other property owners, they are entitled to a quality of life. And where we're looking at here is pushing that agenda out where we're not taking that in consideration. When the tallest building on a street today is a condominium and it has 3 stories, taking in and overpopulating an area, increasing the traffic, increasing the garbage, increasing the noise in a residential area is disregarding any quality of life that having respect for the people that are there and having what they're entitled to. We need to be considerate as to where we put high density buildings. It's not just to meet an agenda for 2050 or 2075. We have to live until then. Sprawl, urban sprawl will continue. But when we look at Kenmore, we don't actually have any density other than that right across the street from City Hall today. We have all kinds of area around there that is the prime candidate for doing what they're doing in Bothell, building up a downtown, creating that piece, and then moving out from there over time. Got to look at it. You can't just go in and take away somebody's quality of life because I want to, throw a high density building right in an area that it doesn't fit. And that's what we're seeing. And really think that needs to be re-examined as to what that overlay district is, what that density population of any building is, and take into consideration what's around it. We come in with a developer saying, hey, you're going to take out 15 trees on a half-acre lot. You got to put 15 trees back. But yet, when we start looking at the plan for the TOD, we're going to occupy 80% of the property, and we're going to not even have room for those trees to grow or develop or get sunlight. So we've got a lot of conflict of interest here, or conflicting elements here. We've got to put it together. It's got to be a workable plan. And I hope that you actually look to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Houghton. Nancy Hanson.
Hi, I'm Nancy Hanson from Kenmore. This will be quick. Let's see, can you hear?
Yep, go ahead.
I agree with what Stacy said about affordable housing. We do need to have that. And I also agree with, was it Brian who just talked about consideration of the environment? And the one thing that I wanted to add when I was talking about this earlier, about the zoning earlier in, not downtown, but I was talking about the zoning in neighborhoods. I talked about the fact that we haven't done the wetland mapping here. The last mapping that was done was the National Wetlands Survey, and that's been used, but that's outdated right now. And of course, the new ecology rules for 2024 look like they hope to require or get rules passed that require mapping of wetlands every 5 years because they change so much. That's in urban areas because they change so much. The wetlands and the streams change after development happens. So that might be a new requirement. So I think it would be really good for Kenmore to try to get the wetlands mapped. And I was fortunate to talk with Samantha Loyak, and she led me to someone at the University of Washington who has a tool that works on the ArcGIS program that is used at Kenmore. And somebody can come over and train. It takes a little bit of intense training, but it's once you get it, you can do this mapping, and it's better than what they have available just with the ArcGIS alone. So I would like to see that Kenmore go ahead with wetland, correct mapping, because it's not that difficult. I know Kirkland did theirs because they have an IT department that was able to do it, but am I still there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. It said connection lost. So anyway, I would like to see this done, and I guess that's all. And the wetland mapping will be done every 5 years, so it was a very good idea to get something down. And they're collecting all information from cities that have mapping now. There's a program with ecology where there's someone who collects the information and is trying to get it into the whole entire system that was only, was started by the National Wetlands Survey, but never completed. It was never, it was totally done at that time. It was just done in more gross configurations at that time. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. I don't see any additional hands raised.
Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? If you'd like to be heard, please use the raise hand button. Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Is there anybody else wishing to be heard? Seeing nobody coming forward, the public hearing is closed. Next on the business agenda is ordinance number 22-0555, extending and renewing interim regulations for development within the transit-oriented development district overlay area for an additional 6 months, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent. Ms. Bent?
I have nothing further to add, Mayor. Staff would recommend council make a motion to pass the ordinance.
Any questions? Councilmember Marshall.
I totally support the staff working on and looking at what we can do for sensible, logical, increased density in the transit overlay district. I think it makes sense where we've got the most heavily developed parts of the city and the most heavily used transit corridor. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 22-0555, extending and renewing interim regulations for development within the transit-oriented development district overlay area for an additional 6 months.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Motion pass.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is comprehensive plan development regulation amendments. Continued discussion presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Lori Anderson. Ms. Bent?
Thank you. If I could ask the clerk, please, to promote Laurie as a presenter.
Yes, bear with.
So this evening's discussion is on the Planning Commission's recommendations for changes to the city's comprehensive plan and development regulations related to missing middle housing. And we have a brief PowerPoint presentation to summarize the recommendations. But before we get to that, I'd like to ask Laurie to touch on some process issues related to the comprehensive plan adoption to give you that contextual framework. So I see Laurie has been promoted. So Mayor, I would like to turn this over to Laurie right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Herbig and members of the City Council. So tonight, as Debbie said, you'll be reviewing the Planning Commission's recommendations for changes to the comprehensive plan and zoning code related to missing middle housing. I have this brief PowerPoint presentation, but I wanted to touch on a couple of process issues related to the comprehensive plan part of the adoption. As described in your agenda bill, there are some time constraints affecting the comprehensive plan update portion of this project. The timing of the comprehensive plan adoption affects several other projects, primarily the submittal of permit applications to allow relocation of the Public Works facility and construction of the Plymouth Housing Project on the current Public Works facility site. But the adoption also impacts updates to the TOD regulations, which you just heard the Planning Commission is currently considering. To keep these projects on track, staff has identified two paths forward for the comprehensive plan amendments that would result in adoption this fall. The first option would be to adopt the recommended amendments with minor changes. There would be no public hearing required, and then to direct a second phase of the update project to the Planning Commission, and this is potentially related to missing middle housing. Additional comprehensive plan amendments and revised regulations could be included with next year's comprehensive plan adoption. The second approach would be to make more significant changes to the comprehensive plan at this time, to provide policy direction for future code amendments, potentially related again to missing middle housing. That would require that the council hold a public hearing and adopt the comprehensive plan changes this fall. Additional code amendments then could be considered by the City Council later this year or early next. So are there any questions about the timing constraints and the amendment process before we go to the PowerPoint presentation?
Councilor Marshall?
And thank you, Ms. Anderson. What would we call them in general? Option A and option B, maybe, or how would you like to term them?
Oh, I'm not sure, option 1 or option 2, option A or option B, either is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there aren't other questions, I'm going to share.
Councilmember Shrevenick has a
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry, I couldn't see that.
And maybe you said this and I was zoning out for a second, but did option 2 or B, does that negatively impact other things that we're trying to put into this comp plan amendment? I thought I recalled in the memo the Public Works and maybe you said that and I just missed it, but.
Right. So if the comprehensive plan adoption were to be delayed until late in the year, you can only adopt once a year. But if it were delayed till late in the year, that could adversely affect both the Public Works facility applications could not be submitted. And that adversely affects the Plymouth Housing Project, which is targeted for the current Public Works site. So yes, it would have some adverse impacts. If you were to make extensive amendments, option 2 is not extensive amendments that would take you to the end of the year. Option 2 is amendments, certainly, but of an extent that still would allow adoption in the fall.
Any other questions about options 1 and 2? Okay, I think we're good to move on to the next piece.
Okay. I am going to share my screen here and call up the PowerPoint. You've seen this in your packet, but I'm going to run through it. So missing middle housing, a familiar terminology. But actually, what is missing middle housing? And Rob Carlinzi has called it it's the lengthy piece of metal between a barbell, the two ends of a barbell. On the one hand, you have detached single family homes. On the other hand, you have mid-rise or high-rise apartments. And in the middle, you have a kind of housing that has been missing for many years, zoned out basically between zoning that allows only single family homes or zoning that allows apartments. So Opticos Design, Daniel Parolic, the principal there, is the one who coined the term missing middle housing. And I raise that point because Opticos Design is who helped the city craft our zoning regulations that are before you tonight. So the expert has been assisting us with our project. And the Planning Commission has only been considering the low end of the missing middle housing types, duplexes and triplexes. So what do these housing types look like? The picture on the left is a duplex. It's a side-by-side duplex, which is 2 units. You also can have a stacked duplex, which is 1 unit on the main floor and 1 unit on a second floor. I suppose it could also be a basement and a main floor for a duplex. A triplex over here is 3 units. This looks like 3 doors, but actually there are only 2 doors and 2 of the units access from this door. If you can barely see the little unit numbers up there. A triplex, as I said, is 3 units. Most typically, at least one of the units is stacked and the other 2 are side by side in the structure. And the third type of missing middle housing that the Planning Commission has discussed, but is not part of the regulations tonight, is cottage housing. And those are small, typically single family units around a common open space. There is missing middle housing. There's some in Kenmore, but there are also some in our surrounding communities. Here's a side-by-side duplex in Kirkland. Here is a Bothell triplex. You can see that this is an older building. Again, this kind of housing is not typically, it hasn't been built for years. And then this is a cottage housing project in city of Shoreline. So what problems are we trying to solve with missing middle housing? There are a variety of concerns that missing middle housing addresses. You all are aware of state law, which has been picking this up as a way to tackle housing issues. First of all, there's a regional housing supply shortage, and any new units contribute to easing that shortage. Also, we're looking at skyrocketing housing costs, some of which has to do with a lack of supply. There's also a lack of housing types, as I said, in that in between single family residences and the larger apartment buildings. And two, there's zoning, single family zoning in some ways was a way to historically exclude those with lower incomes who are disproportionately people of color from some neighborhoods. So looking at single family neighborhoods critically is also a diversity, equity, and inclusion measure, allowing renters perhaps to join some of our more neighborhoods with more benefits. The chart on the right shows some of the information about housing incomes and how those relate to medium priced houses in Kenmore. You can see that income needed to purchase a single family house is almost 300% of the average median income. AMI needed for missing middle housing, on the other hand, falls in the 80 to 120% range. And that's based on work that was done by a consultant, Echo Northwest, working with the State Department of Commerce. So missing middle housing is not affordable housing, but it is more affordable and more attainable than single family residences. So what are some of the benefits? We've talked about this. It increases housing supply. It provides more choices of housing. This is a duplex shown in the slide on the right. The units are more affordable than a single family house. Really important, it prevents sprawl and helps fight climate change. When you add more units in areas that are already developed and have services, roads, sewer, water, etc., it keeps that growth from happening out at the edge of the urban growth boundary where it's more expensive to provide those services. Missing middle housing also supports transit, and it's consistent with regional policies. And I particularly wanted to call out House Bill 1220, which was passed into state law in 2021. That law mandates that cities in the urban growth area, and Kenmore is in the urban growth area, consider duplexes and triplexes and townhomes. So it was a state mandate for the city to look at these various housing types. So what is the Planning Commission recommending? You've heard this before, but their approach is incremental. They want to take an incremental approach. They are recommending allowing duplexes and triplexes within a quarter mile of the city's two main transit corridors in only one zone, the R6 zone. That's our most prevalent single-family zoning district, but they are not recommending it in the R1 and R4 zones, which were initially created because of environmentally large areas of environmentally sensitive areas. R4 for steep slopes and R1 for the Swamp Creek wetland complex primarily. I want to reiterate that this does not in any way change the city's critical area rules that were just adopted a couple of years ago. Any new development would have to conform to the critical area rules, which have been based on best available science. The Planning Commission also has some implementation measures that would look at future discussion of smaller houses on smaller lots and also cottage housing. So where are these transit corridors? You probably know this, of course. I know you know that SR 522 is a major transit corridor, and we're looking forward to 2026 and the arrival of bus rapid transit. The other major transit corridor goes down Juanita Drive to the south, heads east on Northeast 155th Street, and then heads south on 84th Avenue Northeast. And those corridors were flagged by the Puget Sound Regional Council as being our major transit corridors. So where would the duplexes and triplexes be permitted? This is actually the comprehensive plan land use map. And I'm putting it up because I think it's easier to read than the figure that would go with the amendments. So this gold orange color here These are the areas in the R6 zoning district where missing middle duplexes and triplexes would be permitted. These orange areas also include areas of R12. So up here, this is a multifamily zoning, but I think you can see along the transit corridor where these uses would be allowed. And in the comprehensive plan map, it doesn't distinguish between R1 and R4 or the remainder of R6. Those are all considered still low density zones. So what does a comprehensive plan land use element say? I'm not going to go through all of these, but there are 3 policies that talk about ensuring a range of housing types, creating this new medium density residential categorization. And you'll see here in medium density residential is that the debt base is generally between 6 and 18, but higher densities are permitted to allow particular missing middle housing types, and duplexes and triplexes would have a higher density than 18. And then talks about where medium density classifications are appropriate, and then acknowledges that lower density zones may be used to recognize environmentally sensitive areas. That's existing language in the comprehensive plan. So what does the housing element say? Again, 2 policies that talk about the range of housing styles and types, talk about the incremental approach, and then there are 2 implementation strategies. Those are at the end of each element, and they are things that the city should look at in the coming years. When the update is finished, then we turn to implementation. And one implementation strategy is to consider continue to consider opportunities to expand locations for medium density residential types, and to adopt development standards for reduced minimum lot sizes with maximum house size restrictions, and consider cottage housing. Importantly, on tonight's consent agenda, there was a notification that we had received a grant award from Department of Commerce to look at medium density residential housing types. There's no requirement that anything be adopted, but this will position the city or help the city look at other opportunities, for example, in the event that state law should mandate additional missing middle housing types. So what requirements would we put? Again, there are many pages of amendments, but this is a sort of a summary. Size of duplexes and triplexes. There are minimum lot dimensions specified, not a minimum lot size, but minimum lot width and lot depth. And then there's a maximum building size specified that fits with that lot size. They can be a maximum of 2.5 stories, which is lower than existing rules would allow for a single family development. As far as design, the building has to face the street. The entry must be easily identifiable. The size and location of the garage is controlled so that you wouldn't see just the front the front wouldn't be dominated by the garage, but in fact that would be set back and it would be limited as to how wide it could be. And then the multifamily tree preservation rules would apply, which are more strict than those for single family development. Related to parking, there are reduced parking requirements, and there can be no surface parking in front of the building. There are also driveway design standards, both in front of the building and along the side of the building. And I wanted to mention back to the amount of missing middle housing in the R6 zone. A council member had asked at your June meeting how much of the R6 zone would be affected by these changes, and it's 28.49% of the R6 zone would be impacted. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing the screen and are ready for your discussion and questions.
Questions? Councilmember File, and then Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. I just want to approach this topic on, the limited approach for this housing strategy in the incremental approach. While I understand the Plan Commission's recommendations behind it and how they got there, if we look at neighboring cities like Kirkland, who took on a diverse view, a whole city view versus a limited corridor view to start with. They did that 2 years ago. They did that in the height of the COVID pandemic. They have not been harmed from that decision. I look at a neighboring city of Shoreline, who's also considering doing the same. And I look to what harm could be done if we limit just to like an incremental approach, just kind of a slow rolling approach. We have to really consider as leaders the impact to our community over, years and decades. And taking a more incremental approach would really hinder our process on reaching, handling our housing crisis as we really need to. And so therefore, I recommend that we remove the incremental approach and go with a citywide approach.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes, thanks, Ms. Anderson. Do the missing middle dimension requirements then, do they replace side yard, frontage or setback requirements and yard requirements? In other words, with the dimension requirements, does that mean there's no side yard requirements, there's no backyard requirements? That's one question. And then in particular about the MacDonald Highlands, I think I asked this before, but I'd forgotten. I was appreciating if you could hit it again. The MacDonald Highlands was exempted largely because of its zoning or perhaps an environmental concern, despite it being closer to the transit route and already having sidewalks than the lower income neighborhood just to the north of it without any sidewalks and further away from the route that we used to call the Manor, somewhat ironically in the 1970s. That's just to the north of like 153rd, 152nd. And then finally for instance, Uplake, which has got a large swath of Golden, picked it on the map. It's very organized homeowners association neighborhood. Can it escape the requirements of the missing middle via its covenant enforcement? Thanks.
Okay, I'll try to hit all three. So the first question was about setbacks. Setbacks would continue to apply even with the building width and the building depth. The only exception would be in the rear yard. Currently, there's a 20-foot rear yard, and if the garage were moved to the back of the lot, so it wasn't dominating the streetscape, the garage could be within 10 feet of the rear yard line. If there were an alley, it could move closer, but that would be an unusual condition. The second question about specific neighborhoods that were excluded, the exercise was really a straight line drawing of where R6 is and that quarter-mile distance. The rules say that a parcel has to be entirely within the quarter-mile area, which is shown on a figure that would be part of the zoning code, to be considered for missing middle housing, and a lot would have to meet the minimum dimensions for that type of housing to be included. So there weren't specific exclusions based on environmental conditions in the R6 zone. And then your last question had to do with homeowners covenants. And yes, Uplake has a homeowners covenant, and the city doesn't enforce those covenants. The homeowners association enforces them. But I will say that I've already heard from someone on 61st who is not part of that HOA, who was interested in this project and thinking that their lot actually might be ideal for this missing middle housing type.
Deputy Mayor?
Just taking a note. My apologies. And I believe gave an answer to this at another point in time, but I just need to if you can refresh my memory. What was the reasoning for not including cottage-style housing at this time? Would there be any risk to doing so now? From my perspective, I think it's just a really nice, attractive way of adding missing middle housing. So I support that at this time, but I just needed a refresher of why that was not included. I think it maybe was more due to the incremental approach. If you can just let me know what that is.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, you can answer that. And then I have one more question.
Okay. All right. So the Planning Commission actually was really interested in cottage housing, and a lot of the public feedback we heard in our housing forum last fall, folks were commenting on cottage housing. So the commission, it's not that the commission was not interested, but developing the cottage housing rules is a significant code amendment step, which was not targeted for this particular project, given certain time constraints. So they put it looking at cottage housing as an implementation measure for their incremental approach. In other words, they think cottage housing is definitely something that should be looked at. And with this grant money that's coming to us, cottage housing could be looked at if the council wanted to direct, well, we're not at a point really for council to direct staff about that, but if council were to adjust or amend policies that talked about the importance of early consideration of cottage housing, then that would be something that we could work on a code amendment for and potentially bring back either later this year or next spring using the grant funds.
Can I help answer that as well? Yeah, so the comprehensive plan language you have mentions cottage housing and paves the way for it. So all that's needed is the implementing regulations to go with it, and that's what will take some time. So the good news is the comp plan talks about it and provides for it. You just need the regs to go with it.
Right. And I might just add one thing. The way the map is currently shown, the comprehensive plan land use map, cottage housing would only be, that's a missing middle medium density housing type, could only be considered in the quarter-mile distance, which is shown as medium density. So if the council, for example, were interested in looking at cottage housing in a broader area, then that map might need amendment to expand the area to be considered for medium density housing.
Thank you. It felt good to have those light bulbs go off. I remembered you had explained that before, so thank you. I also just, maybe it wasn't a statement or a comment, but in particular, based on what you said and what Councilmember File brought up, I support expanding the zone to, beyond the quarter mile, as was mentioned earlier. So I just thought I'd state support for that if council moves in that direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you. I have a couple of comments that I want to share, and then I think like one question, and that is, in general, I agree with what Councilmember File brought up. Like, I believe that we should expand missing middle housing throughout all of Kenmore, especially knowing that the city of Kirkland actually removed all single family zoning in 2020, and they have not seen a lot of building of duplexes and triplexes, and they're actually doing a lot more work to incentivize that amongst builders. I think that makes a lot of sense when I was thinking about it more, because just the ownership model of duplexes and triplexes requires someone to purchase 2 units or 3 units to live where they work, to be the landlord for the other units. I don't know, the market has to be right on top of that, with a quarter mile area off of our, transit areas as part of our city that the Planning Commission has identified to approve this in. there also needs to be the right age of home, right? And I just feel like there isn't going to be a lot of building of these new housing types there. Like the homes are not all necessarily old enough to be knocked down and to be rebuilt. And so I really do think that we're not going to see like a huge change. It's really going to be very slow, if very much at all, if we take the incremental approach. That said, my question is actually related to conversion, because I think that would be the first thing that people would do, is like converting a single family home into a duplex or triplex. Is that allowed with what has been proposed?
It is allowed if the standards can be met. So there still would be the constraints of, is your lot big enough? Is the building of a certain width and depth, if you were, for example, going to add on to your building? So it's not a complete yes. You still would have to meet the rules. But the other thing I wanted to mention when you were talking about, buying a duplex and then acting as a landlord, the Planning Commission very specifically mentioned that duplexes or triplexes could be condominiums. So that if someone wanted, to develop a duplex or a triplex and then sell individual units, that was also a possibility.
Councilmember Shrepnick.
Yeah, I have a few small things. One is around the triplexes. I looked at the website that was provided to us. The only triplex pictures, other than what you just showed tonight, were of stacked. And of course, those wouldn't fit with the height restriction. So I guess what I'm wondering is, realistically, do these regulations, these policy changes and the code changes actually allow for triplexes at all?
Yeah, what I can say is, again, we worked with Opticos, whose website you looked at, and who felt that, in fact, the rules that they developed for triplexes were adequate. One thing that they note is that stacked triplexes do have a very different feel from a traditional single-family house, and that they felt that that was actually a more intensive type of missing middle housing. I'm not saying
it's very
that's
different.
bad at all,
Yeah.
but it's just different. And so that was why the recommendation did not include stacked triplexes.
Right. I appreciate you showing us a picture because there weren't any. And I think that was a question that we had raised is, can we see pictures of kind of what would be the look and feel of something that maxes out our regulations? And I'm still hopeful maybe we'll get that. But in terms of kind of expanding this, I think one of the ideas was maybe to expand it to other R6 that would be beyond the quarter mile. I guess to me, the way this is framed is it really is transit tied in terms of being walkable to transit. And that was kind of the intent behind the whole methodology. And so I guess I would be more, if we do expand, I would be more in favor of expanding to R1 and R4. I don't really understand. I mean, yes, R1 and R4 have to do with critical areas. I get that. But if missing middle doesn't really change the form or size substantially of the built structure, that would also not impact the critical areas. I don't understand why we would be inequitably excluding R1 and R4. It just makes those, it artificially inflates the value of those properties.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues here. I think, hang on, I'm just taking a note really quickly on who's got their hands up. I see Councilmember Marshall. I've been thinking about this a lot, and I think especially with the recommendations from the Planning Commission, where we are largely keeping the envelope of what is, actually a smaller envelope than what we currently allowed for single family. I frankly don't see a good justification for limiting it to just areas within a quarter mile of transit. We're talking about houses that'll be smaller than the McMansions that could be built to that could be placed right next to them. And that could house more people. And we're also talking about something that will not be happening immediately, because we know that with these single family lots, it's going to take a house coming to the end of its useful life before somebody comes in and decides to demolish it, like Councilmember Kugler said. You know, our staff projections for new units is, I can't remember the exact number, but it's a couple hundred over a decade, if I remember correctly, which in the grand scheme of our growth targets is peanuts. We need the peanuts, but it's still peanuts. And I don't see any harm in extending it to the rest of the city. We're still going to have, it will add a little bit of density here or there throughout the entire city, or at least, and if we want to limit it to R6 throughout the whole city, I could be talked to that also. But this is as incremental. I mean, missing middle housing is like one step above ADUs as far as incrementalism goes. Like it's something, but it's a very small something. But it's an important something, because we're in the middle of a housing crisis, and we do need to expand the types of housing and the varieties of housing throughout, and the affordability levels of housing throughout the city. So I agree with the Deputy Mayor, Councilmembers Kugler and Councilmember File, I think, in wanting to take a look at something a little bit more expansive. And I did have a couple questions. So if we are talking about, just clarifications really quickly, I guess, for the public. But, you know, there's been a lot of questions around environmental concerns and impacts. My understanding here is, and I know you said this earlier, but the same setbacks, critical areas laws would all apply, but also with the tree regulations that we just passed, or that we are passing, I can't remember, they would actually be subject to a higher tree protection than single family. They'd be subject to a multifamily. So in a way, these houses will actually be subject to more stringent environmental regulations. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah. The tree regulations in the package of amendments are not changed, which means that because duplexes and triplexes are multifamily, they would have to follow the multifamily regulations, which are more stringent than single family regulations.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember File and Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. I have a few questions. So I want to start with, I'm not sure why we didn't consider quad housing. You know, we consider duplexes, triplexes, and we mention cottage housing, but it's not really part of this, but kind of, you know, quad housing is actually usually more of a interest to a developer, especially if a landowner resides in one. And so it usually can be something to create a pathway towards affordable housing. So outside of that, you know, 80 to 125%, this is a way that housing in the middle can be brought to affordability in that 50 to 60% of the mean. So I wonder about that. Why was it not considered in this piece of scope of work? And I have other questions.
Yeah, sure. So the Planning Commission started with the, as I mentioned, that House bill that said that they should consider duplexes and triplexes. And with their incremental approach, they didn't want to go farther. It's a policy decision for the council, both related to geographic area and to housing types, as to where you would want to go with the rules.
Okay, I would be more open to considering this and cottage housing as well. I really appreciate that we are being considerate of trees in this development scheme of things. And, you know, we really would want to see, I would like to see inclusion of tree design and missing middle approaches. It can be done. I know Kirkland has, you know, incentives for that. Also on lots where you can't develop on a full lot, approaches to encouraging building towards meeting missing middle needs can be providing developer credits for developing on that lot that's on a steep ravine or on a big cliff, or where half of it can't be developed due to, an encroachment of a wetland. I think we can work with developers and also protect our environment. And I think that's something we might want to consider.
Councilor Marshall?
Yeah, so my apologies. I thought we had just been asking questions at first, and then council discussion went into comments, which is fine, no problem. But I would have stated this piece before. I'll try to make it not as lengthy. But I want to talk first at least about, I think, what we have in common. I have serious reservations about the entire process, the way this began, the way it's played out, and the way it's going. But I want to talk about what we have in common, and to those on the council who support the idea in general and are looking at it. I think that the most important thing is, if you're looking at missing middle, then increasing density, that we definitely should agree that we need to do it right. It's a big opportunity, and it has a big impact not only on Kenmore's existing neighborhoods and community, especially if we're talking about now expanding it even further than the quarter mile, what the Planning Commission decided upon and deliberated. But we're talking about the folks that we anticipate to be benefited, or trying to benefit and trying to help out in these new increased density neighborhoods. We need to do it right. To me, the most important thing about that, and I think also to the council, given our emphasis on pedestrian safety over the years and our improvements to pedestrian safety and our emphasis on sidewalks and equity, is to make sure that we have sufficient infrastructure, not only public safety infrastructure, but environmental infrastructure. And I did appreciate staff's note that taking up the question of infrastructure, and the comparison was something to the effect of the same infrastructure that works now for existing single family would be sufficient, or there wouldn't be any more of an impact from missing middle than what we're seeing with existing single family. And it's an infrastructure. And that is my issue, and I think probably everybody's issue. I think we could all agree that the existing requirements and regulations for sidewalks are not sufficient and are not safe. That's why we have gone beyond them to work. I think I moved in here 2007. It's 2022, 15 years. We just got the funding for the 61st Street sidewalks, which are not ADA compliant and are downright dangerous and a disgrace. It's taken us that long to get that sidewalk in place. If you get nothing else out of my appeal, I sincerely ask the council to please consider then what would be the effect of having increased density and people move in there, people who you believe definitely we're trying to help. What would be the effect then of increasing the density and the traffic and the vehicle traffic without having sufficient sidewalks? It's going to be inequitable. It's going to be unfair. It's going to perpetuate, I believe, an oppressive system, and in some instances, as staff has noted, a racist system in which a council is saying, hey, folks of color and lower income folks, well, you don't get to live in a single family house like our generation had. You get to live in a duplex or a triplex, but on top of that, we're not even going to supply sufficient sidewalks so that you could push your kid in a stroller down the street, or that your kids could safely walk to the school, or you could safely walk to the transit. If nothing else, please allow for some provision whereby we would look at not just the individual impact of the duplex or triplex, but the impact on the neighborhood. What's going to be needed to build a sufficient sidewalk through the rest of the neighborhood to where they're going? And that could be in the form of that we could ask the Planning Commission to consider, or staff to consider. Would it be a contribution to a mitigation, much like a park impact fee or some other impact fee, perhaps a sidewalk impact fee? Would it be some other an analysis as to what the particular development needs to do? That's really what I feel is something that totally I totally believe in, and I totally know this council would not want to perpetuate an inequity that we've had for so many years, not having sidewalks in Kenmore, letting developers just get away with, you know, a really great situation for them and a lousy situation for the public. I think we got to turn the corner now, and I know this council could do it. I would also ask that, or remind the council of the planning commission and substantial members on the planning commission wanting more time to look at environmental regulations as well, and the environmental components of the comprehensive plan in tandem with the missing middle. I know that some of them, substantial number of them, wanted to look at it. They didn't feel they had enough time to do it. I already think, having walked the neighborhood, or one neighborhood myself, in June, that enough people don't know about the impacts of what's going on with the proposal. I don't fault staff for their outreach, but I think it takes a long time to get people in the know. And I think if we're talking about further expansion, we must involve more community outreach and more notice. There's no two ways about it. I see from that. Excuse me. To look at my points of disagreement, if it's interesting, I see that this plan originally, as I see it, did not, in my recollection, emanate from the public. Our members of our own community were not coming up to us saying we'd like to have missing middle. It emanated from staff. I don't fault staff for that. Staff's job, I think, is properly to present ideas to us and to research, and they've done a good job in that, which I do appreciate. I differ on the interpretations of it, but I think whenever we have something that is so much originated and comes from such a policy level of that obscurity, and not the community, we have to err on the side of more outreach to the community for sure. I think also, besides sidewalks, we have got to have the same neighborhood impact based on impervious surfaces and the effects on our streams. If we're building more duplexes, creating more impervious surfaces, what our streams, how our streams are going to be impacted. We've got to take a look more at that. I believe that I haven't seen sufficient evidence or documentation that mandating density further in prevents sprawl further out. And I furthermore think that we need to do more to protect the environment that we do have, even in the suburban single family zone, which is substantial. I think we got to protect yards. Yards were used historically in Kenmore to grow food, especially in the Northwest Quadrant through FDR's Back to the Earth program in the Great Depression. And you know, hopefully we're not going to see anything like that again, but I think we've all been somewhat, at least, affected by the possibilities of supply chain difficulties, food supply, et cetera. There's been a popularity in people getting chickens recently. I'm talking about the emphasis on importance of the yard. The yard, I think, needs to be protected not only as an environmental bulwark, which we're growing our trees and our ground cover, but also potentially to grow food in case of disaster. In addition, for our mental health, as to open space, places for children to play. We don't want to compromise that. I also think that the developers were very clever in thinking, okay, you know, we're out of the Reagan era where back then it was just like develop the heck out of everything. What are we going to appeal to? Well, they thought, all right, let's try to talk about equity and make it something about equity. It's not going to be equitable. It's not going to be racially fair if we don't create a place that we wouldn't want to pleasantly live in, I think, with adequate sidewalks, without having to worry about cars racing all up and down and our kids getting endangered and ourselves getting endangered with that. I also have concerns as to the equity in terms of the way the neighborhoods are set up, but I would say definitely defer to the Planning Commission in terms of its walkability. I don't think that we can fairly expand this and now say, hey, you get to live in these neighborhoods, but we're not going to give you the basic amenities that we've got. I don't think that's equitable at all. So I asked the council to either address that, help that get addressed, before the fall if we're moving forward, or at the least give more notice to the public before we consider further expansion. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Councilmember Marshall. I've got a quick comment, and then Councilmember Srebnick has a question. As one of two of the members of the council who live in multifamily housing, take a little exception at the idea that it's somehow lesser than to raise a family in a multifamily environment. My daughter's in high school. She has done quite well without us having our own personal yard. We have taken advantage of open space that we happen to have, but also parks and things like that. Not everybody needs a picket fence. I also, right now, our current zoning, to speak to equity, tells anybody who isn't making 235% of the area median income, they can't live in 95% of our residential area right now. We are forcing everybody who is not wealthy, frankly, and wants to live in Kenmore to live in apartments and condos, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that is what we're doing right now. And we're closing off our single family neighborhoods effectively with that right now. We are essentially ghettoizing people who aren't rich and wealthy from purchasing in our single family neighborhoods or even living in our single family neighborhoods. And that has greater effects when it comes to things like air pollution, noise pollution, and things along those lines. So I take exception to some of those points, but I appreciate, and I would also point out that we have built over 6 miles of sidewalk in the last few years, and it's one of our top priorities, and we will continue to do that, I imagine. A quick question for staff. With residential construction, and this would include missing middle. So if they were, if a house were to get raised and a duplex were to be built, would that new construction trigger a transportation impact fee?
Yes, it would. And in fact, for a duplex or a triplex, they would end up paying more in impact fees, park and transportation impact fees, than would a single family house because there are more units. The per unit fee for multifamily is less, but you have more units on a single lot.
And we are still requiring, and these would fall under the same regulations, that as things are redeveloped, new sidewalks generally have to be constructed in areas that don't have them currently. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Srebnick?
Yeah, just a quick comment and then a couple of small questions. So the comment is that, one of our, it is our top goal around affordable housing. A lot of that comes from, people who tell us, gosh, my adult kid could never afford the house that they grew up in. And, is there a way that we can re-welcome folks into our into our existing single family neighborhoods by creating options that are a wee bit more affordable? And I think Missing Middle tries to do that without compromising our environment or the trees or the yard. So my question, two small ones. At one point, I think there was a comment of, this isn't rental necessarily, it could be condo, owner for each unit. I just wanted to make sure I understood, is that true? And then the last question is, so in other words, can an existing, could an existing house that becomes a duplex now become two separate owners, and that, or a new one that's created as a duplex, could it be two owners? And then if we expand, would it be possible to retain the reduced parking for just the quarter mile, like keep all the other regulations for whatever we expand to, the form-based stuff, but not have the parking reduction outside of the quarter mile? Is that possible to do?
Okay, so I'll answer both questions.
Okay.
The first question about condominium. Yes, if someone converted a home into a duplex, and that involves several things. It has to do with firewalls and metering and it's not, that is not a simple process. And the former building official thought that it might in fact be prohibitively expensive. But if that were to happen, yes, it could become condos. If it were built new, yes, it could become condos. And that is a way to allow smaller, less expensive ownership opportunity in the city. So the second question about, tell me again your second question. Just give me one key word.
Right. The parking
Right.
reduction.
Okay. Yes, we actually do have different parking ratios. For example, in the current parking code, there is a parking standard that applies only within a quarter mile of SR 522. So yes, the parking can be different depending on proximity to transit.
Further comments? Councilmember Marshall?
Yes, also another consideration, although I suppose you may just take this in stride as anything that a growing city will need to confront. But I mean, definitely there will be an increase in the need for code enforcement. And one contrast, and I appreciate Mayor Herbig bringing up and taking exception. I respect his exception to my comments talking about multifamily housing versus single family. One vast benefit that multifamily housing, I think, mostly enjoys is living in a more concentrated situation. You have generally, I think, in many complexes and organizations, you have more enforceable rules. You've got more people around and more strength in terms of looking at violations that may violate the homeowners association rules or the apartment rules or whatever it is. There's just more people. There's an existing structure. When you're out in a post-World War II suburbia Kenmore here that does not have, and is not a rich, homeowners association type place, neighborhood, you are not going to be able to deal with egregious or otherwise just quality of life code violations as you would in a more organized situation. You would have to get the neighbors together. You'd have to organize them. You'd have to spend money possibly on litigation to get everybody together if you can't work something out with people. I mean, there are any number, if you drive around, walk around, maybe more safe to drive around in some cases, look around any number of front yards filled with vessels and vehicles and cars. And a lot of times you would have pause to say, well, do I really want to go up to this person and say, hey, would you move all your cars? I'm your neighbor Joe down the street. Sometimes you might think twice about that. And I think that's something that, you may not totally realize if you have a well-organized organization to back you up. So I think there will be more code violations with increased density in areas where there isn't an organized homeowners association or other way to respond. And then also, I appreciate the idea that it's supposed to get it more affordable. Originally, we were talking about middle housing, and the whole emphasis sure seemed to be that this is going to bring back 500 grand housing. It certainly is not. I don't see it as at all, worth the other balances. But I again appeal, if anything I can get out of this for our community, it would be, please, let's make it walkable. Let's get something for those sidewalks, please. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler?
I want to respond a little bit to some of the concerns that Councilmember Marshall have brought up and share some background. Like, when my husband and I first moved to the area, we rented an apartment, and then we were lucky to find a duplex in Redmond and rented that for several years. And then we were fortunate to buy our first home, which was a one-story Rambler. It was like only 1,050 square feet, and it was the only home, we could afford in like near our workplaces. But then once we had kids and grew out of that, we were fortunate to have purchased that small little home and built some equity to be able to transition to our current home. So to me, missing middle housing isn't just for people who are, young and graduating and buying their first home. It's also an opportunity for young families to grow and, upsize as their living situations need. And I've personally benefited from that. I feel like the fear of the infrastructure or lack of, the lack of infrastructure, or also the amount of traffic or demand that multifamily or that this missing middle housing requires is being like blown out of proportion. And I'm speaking from firsthand experience, having lived in a duplex near several other duplexes. It's not like we had a ton of traffic. And then also in my first home, there was a cottage community, in fact, 2 different cottage communities that were built. And I worried about that at first, and we never saw that transpire. In fact, those communities were so adorable and so cute because they were, they were just really, really nice surrounding like green spaces that brought a lot of neighbors outside, and they would tend to their gardens. And there was actually fewer amounts of parking and garages as part of that community. So I wondered if staff could speak to some of the infrastructure concerns that have been raised and talk about sidewalks and surface water management and all of those, I'm assuming, would be addressed similar to single family homes that are being built new. Is that right? Can staff talk about that?
Yeah, definitely the infrastructure requirements would be the same for a new single family house or a new duplex or a new triplex. So again, sidewalk installation, control of impervious surface and runoff, the paying of transportation or park or school, potentially impact fees, all of those things would be handled in the same way. I would point out that we do not restrict new single family homes in areas where there are not sidewalks. So I think that we allow development in areas where there's not complete infrastructure already. And I'm not sure that whether it's a duplex or a triplex or a mega mansion really matters in terms of sidewalk infrastructure. It's the same problem. So we did, in fact, in some of the materials that I sent out, there was a comparison. We took a look at recent single family development in 3 different subdivisions over the last year. And the houses, the new single family houses were bigger, and they were on lots of about 5,000 square feet, 5,400 or so. The houses on those lots were bigger than a duplex or triplex could be. So in fact, the structures may be smaller than the mega mansions that are being built in the city right now.
Any further questions or comments? The staff feel like they have what they need from this conversation, which is the most important question.
No. Well, the staff's next step is to determine primarily which direction the city council wishes to go in terms of geographic extent and housing type. Those are changes that would necessitate amendments to the Planning Commission's recommendations for the comprehensive plan. Again, those would require a public hearing in the fall, but staff would, in an ideal world, we would be working on those changes for your review when you come back from the August recess. So it would be extremely helpful to, again, talk about geographic extent and housing type so that we can tackle those. If the missing middle housing amendments, if there aren't specific changes, those amendments could follow along with the comprehensive plan changes. And again, there were the 2 options. send it back to the planning commission to do the work, change the comprehensive plan, and keep the code amendment work with the city council. And I'm happy to put up those options. We have a slide if that would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Oh, okay. All right, here we go.
It's after 10. We need every visual we can get.
Okay, let me get out of this first of all. And let me grab this. Look at this process slide. Okay, so these were the process options. So again, you can adopt the recommended amendments with minor changes. You could direct a second phase of the missing middle housing project to the Planning Commission. And then comprehensive plan amendments and revised regulations would be included with next year's comprehensive plan adoption, which is targeted for the first half of the year. The second option is to make more significant changes to the comprehensive plan at this time to provide policy direction for future missing middle housing code amendments. So, for example, I've heard from several council members that they're interested in expanding the area that would allow missing middle housing. The comprehensive plan map could be changed so that the orange, that gold orange area gets quite a bit bigger. It can encompass all of the R6 zone. It could encompass a portion of the R1 and R4 zone. It could encompass all of the R1 and R4 zone. That direction would then allow the city council to retain review of zoning code amendments, implementing zoning code amendments. And a public hearing would be held for those because those would be significant comprehensive plan changes. The code amendments would be brought back to city council again, either later this year or early next. Does that help?
I think that does. Could we take on the screen share so I can see my colleagues? Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I would propose that we go through some questions to kind of answer staff's questions on what we're looking for. So I think the first question is, do we wish to move forward with the Planning Commission's our recommendation as is, or with minor changes? So do we want to go with option one, or do we want to do something else? So I would ask all those in favor of going forward with option one as given us from the Planning Commission. Councilmember Shribnick?
What are minor changes? I guess I don't understand.
So, for example, at last week's city council meeting, you made several text changes to the land use and housing elements. There was not a significant change in direction that would warrant going back to the public for a public hearing.
So everything we've talked about tonight is a significant change and would be option two.
If you, yes, are expanding the geographic area or the types of missing middle being considered, yes, those would be significant changes.
Okay. I just want to check. Yeah, Councilmember Kukler.
So is it possible to move forward with what the Planning Commission has recommended at this time, but then also make significant changes next year?
Yes, that's option one. So that the city council stops work, adopts what the Planning Commission has recommended, and then as a direction to the Planning Commission would be additional work on missing middle with additional comprehensive plan amendments and zoning code amendments for next year's consideration. That's option one.
So all those in favor of moving, yeah, Councilmember Kugler?
Sorry, I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of moving forward. I feel like the community can start to see and, get used to, any questions or concerns or development in the area that the Planning Commission has already recommended, but then still to move forward with working on discussing further significant changes.
I concur.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I think I agree as well. What I would want is, say, if it were to come back, when it comes back next year, to have that be inclusive of cottage housing and expanding the zone. just specifically saying that that's what I'd like to see. But option one does make sense because we need to make progress today. We've done good work. The Planning Commission staff, you've all put a lot of heart and work into this. And this is something that is moving. It adapts. It's incremental. And now we understand why we've taken the steps to get to where we are today. And I'm comfortable with option one.
Councilor Marshall.
Yeah, I disagree with that for the reasons I've stated. And again, if we look at more changes in the fall, the only thing I would hope to get out of it, and I sincerely believe I'm not trying to overblow anything. There's a real need to have pedestrian safety and sidewalks when we increase density. I have new neighbors next door with little children, and by God, if I'm not terrified every time the dad is out there with the little kids, we're at a corner sort of area. And the kids is sometimes out there on the trike, whatever it is, and it's like the cars come around way too fast. There's no way that's safe. There are many, many instances of that situation, not only up and down my street, but throughout Kenmore. Please take a look at the sidewalks and what we can do for a contribution, not just to the development or the unit that gets built or the 2 units, but to the neighborhood impact on that and the impervious surfaces. Thanks.
Councilor File.
Thank you. I hear Councilmember Marshall, and I also know that with any new development or new housing, the sidewalk is built. So we kind of already have a plan that's built in there. There's a part of me that would be happy just to move forward with the first option. I do see need to expand our map citywide, and I don't know if even just giving direction to the Planning Commission, would that be applied and considered? So that's my concern about sending that piece back to the Planning Commission. But I hear my fellow colleagues and wanting to move forward tonight. I definitely want to see us take a diverse approach to this. And for that reason, I can't support option one. And I would have to support option two.
I believe I'm the only person who hasn't spoken so far. I would have been perfectly fine moving forward with a more expansive option tonight, but I also respect what my colleagues are saying about going back to the Planning Commission. Plus, we do have timing considerations with other parts of the comp plan. So I am fine with option one, and I believe that gives us 4 towards asking the Planning Commission to revisit about expansion. Unless I counted incorrectly, staff, I think I counted 4 on that.
Can I just offer one
Yes.
thing to consider, and that is, there's a long queue of things you want the planning commission to work on over the next couple of years. And so having them revisit missing middle housing again next year just lengthens the queue. Debbie, Lori, agree, disagree?
I think well, the focus right now is on getting the comprehensive plan to meet the state mandated deadline at the end of 2024. So there are several things that will need to be on the docket to meet that timeline. So we would have to sort of readjust the work program and planning commit. There's only a limited amount of time with the Planning Commission. They meet twice a month. So this would add a significant amount of work back to the Planning Commission. Not that you don't have a significant amount of work on your work program as well. If you do send it back to the Planning Commission, I would also ask that the council be clear on what exactly that phase is that you're asking them to do. In other words, be more specific about what expansion would be the next phase and what type of units. So I think there are basically two things. Somebody's got to do the work. So it sounds to me like there is at least 4 of you that want to expand the geographic area and or the types. The question then is who do you want to do the work? The council or the planning commission? And I would say at this point, if you are going to expand it, I would recommend that if it stays with the council, to at least expand the comprehensive plan map. And then we can then work then in the future on the development regulations. That would be a path forward. I would certainly say we cannot bring forward in September, October, all the regulations for cottage housing as well as the comp plan amendment. We are still trying to keep those other items on track as well. So I'm trying to carefully manage the time allotted to us to meet not only the state mandate, but also be able to manage staff time and resources as well. So I would tend to agree with Rob that perhaps having the council take action on the comp plan map, and then we would bring that forward in September, and then also then give direction on the implementation measures to take a look at. And we would then use the missing middle housing grant that we have to look at those different implementation measures. And I'd like to sort of ask Laurie to jump in here, because this is something where Laurie would probably be the project manager of this project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with Debbie. I think if it would be really helpful to give the Planning Commission a more specific direction, since they've already taken one approach, and I think council wants to take a different approach. So amending the map at this time would be good. It will require a public hearing, public notice, and a public hearing to do that. But I don't have any concerns about that. And the grant money will help us look at all different, not only locations, but also types of housing, just to do the research to be ready for the conversation.
Deputy Mayor, did I see your hand up?
Yes. I was just going to thank Ms. Bent for the explanation that you gave, along with our city manager and Ms. Anderson. I think that, how do I say this? Action to expand. I think I was a little bit concerned about the timing for the hearing to get the work done. I didn't recognize the additional work that Plan 1 was going to be putting on the Planning Commission. Since we can do it all, I would like to, I prefer option 2 and expand and making the request to expand the zone. So, thank you.
Councilor Sherbeck.
I'm a little confused. It sounds like option 2 isn't an option because it would put too much burden on the Planning Commission. So I don't really understand. I mean, we're all, I think everybody's kind of in alignment almost, or we have a 4 in alignment of expanding the map and looking at cottage housing. And I guess my vote would be for whatever the most expeditious way to do that.
That would be option 2. If you want the rules to come back to the city council for consideration, what you would do is make comprehensive plan, map, and potentially some minor policy adjustments to expand consideration of missing middle housing. You would hold a public hearing, you would adopt the comprehensive plan, the revised comprehensive plan. You could also adopt the duplex and triplex rules in the area within the quarter mile. And then the planning grant would be used over the next several months to refine an approach, consider different housing types and different geographic locations. And those could come back to the city council because they would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Option 1 is the option that goes back to the Planning Commission and gives them the overview and purview of developing new recommendations for missing middle housing.
Councilor Marshall.
Yep, I know I'm in the minority here, but I would be in favor of at least having the planning commission look at it. I realize they got a tough docket and we're well advised by our city manager. However, I think they're like the experts in this, having teased out all the questions, done the work, and gotten the public comment. And then I just wanted to briefly make sure I clarified for council member file on the sidewalks. I'm worried about not just the impact in front of one development, but the impact on the whole neighborhood with increased traffic and how that can affect something that's a little bit further down the neighborhood. Thanks.
Mr. City Manager.
So what I'm trying to think of, so what I'm hearing is, it seems like a majority of you want to expand beyond the quarter mile. And so if you chose option one, where you say, yeah, we're going to adopt the quarter mile, but we're going to send it back to the planning commission next year to expand it beyond the quarter mile. Well, the planning commission already told you they're not comfortable with expanding it beyond the quarter mile. And so now you're telling them, expand it beyond the quarter mile. Could they just come back to you next year and say, we don't agree? And then you're back to square one and we've just spent a lot of time. If you know you want to expand it beyond the quarter mile, why stretch it out and have it be revisited multiple times?
So what you're proposing is what, Ms. Anderson, her first option she just presented?
Yeah, option two, where, yeah, option two, where you take it.
Redo the map. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Well, no, it would come back to us in the comp plan, final amendment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if
sorry.
I just may to expand, Schuyler, that was too close. And if that is the conversation to be had, I'm requesting you flesh that out because in order to have appropriate notice and public hearing, you really need to give specificity as to what that expansion is. Not just go expand, you actually have to identify the residential zones it would apply to so that, again, proper notice can be sent out on exactly what that expansion will be.
Okay. Rob?
Staff's recommending that if you do want to expand it beyond a quarter mile, that you limit it to R6. And Debbie and Lori, can you talk to them about why we're recommending that you keep it to R6?
Right. So as we've discussed in the past, R1 and R4 zoning districts have been historically designated for a lower density because of significant environmentally sensitive areas. I think certainly within a quarter mile of transit, you could look at that, but to make that change at this point without a lot of analysis seems fairly premature. And this, I think we feel that moving to R1 and R4 at this point might require enough additional analysis that it will actually delay the comprehensive plan adoption, which is something we're trying to avoid. So staff would recommend keeping it to R6, where we've already looked at the standards and are aware of the area that those are not historically designated as environmentally sensitive zoning districts. And we could move forward fairly quickly.
And Mayor, if I could just add to that, is that the SEPR analysis was done on R6, and so we'd have to have substantially more SEPR analysis if it was expanded to R1 and R4. We might be able to more easily amend the SEPR analysis that was done if it was still focused on R6.
Councilor Shrevenick?
Then you lost my vote. You lost my support in favor of expanding if we can't expand equitably.
Deputy Mayor?
I feel like Councilmember Shrevenick and I heard something differently. My understanding was if we moved to expand to all of R6, that would move quickly. But if we expanded beyond R6 to R1 and R4, that would require more SEPA analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we are trying to, again, walk this line between keeping all these other projects on track, like the public workshop, for example, which also has impacts to the Plymouth Housing project, and give you a path forward to do expansion. It may not get you 100% there, but I think expanding to R6 is a significant path forward than what the Planning Commission are recommending. So it's not that I'm saying that we're opposed to going to R1 and R4. I'm saying I'm trying to keep these other projects on track, give you a path forward to expand it. And we could certainly come back in a future docket program to look at R1 and R4.
So what I'm hearing is that we could move forward with a map amendment. We could move forward saying that we wanted to look at R6 now with understanding that we would continue conversations, that we could in the future have a conversation about other residential, as well as continuing our work on cottage housing.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have 4 in favor of that? Because we've been discussing this for quite a while. I understand. Okay, I see 4 in favor of that strategy, so.
Okay.
So just to be clear, so you are looking at R6 beyond the quarter mile, and anything on housing types or anything? No change in housing types?
I think we're talking about cottage housing is already in the works, is my understanding.
Yeah.
Cottage, well, it's not already in the works. It's the policy support in the comprehensive plan is in there to support it being in the works. So what I might suggest then is if there is interest in amending the comprehensive plan to expand medium density throughout R6, also then to ask staff to look at additional housing types beyond duplex and triplex in that expanded area, including things like cottage housing or things like quadplexes. And what we would then do, given that direction, is use the grant money to look at those additional housing types and bring forward recommendations.
And I might just jump in here to say that the grant funding is dependent on looking at all housing types. It does not mean that the city in any way has to adopt more of those housing types, but we do have to at least consider and provide some information on them, which would be very useful for the city in case state law changes, which it almost has done the last 2 years. So the grant would look at a variety of housing types. The city council would choose those that they are interested in.
So do we have 4 in favor of what Ms. Bent just proposed? Okay, yes, I see 4. So you have the direction that you need?
Yes, thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you. Appreciate all the work you've put into this, both of you. I know this has been a huge. Next on the agenda is ordinance number 22-0557, amendment to the city code to allow for disposition of surplus real estate at no cost for affordable housing purposes, presented by Assistant City Manager Stephanie Lukash.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. So as you all know, with affordable housing being the council's #1 priority and our work moving forward based on your decision on June 21st to partner with Plymouth Housing to build 100 units of affordable housing at the old Shell property at 6532 Bothell Way. In order for Plymouth to proceed, they need to have site ownership and site control. And so this ordinance tonight will allow for that work to move forward, but we first have to update our city code to allow for the disposition of surplus real property at no cost for affordable housing purposes. And the best way to do that is by ordinance. And without this, we won't be able to transfer the property later this year and allow the project to continue on schedule. So I'm happy to take any questions. This is an administrative motion that's necessary for us to do the work of transferring later this year.
Councilmember File.
There was some comment, public comment tonight, and there was a little bit of concern applied to what we will be doing tonight. And as I understand it, we have an affordable housing trust, and we also have the different elements here. This isn't just gifting of a land. Yes?
This is the disposition of surplus real property. So it is donating, but it is allowed by the RCW 39-330153. And yeah, we've been advised by our legal counsel that this we're not the first city who have taken advantage of this law.
Correct. Thank you. I really just wanted to get that clarification for the public.
Any further questions? Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion to adopt ordinance number 22.0557. Just to clarify, ordinance number 22-0557. Amendment to the city code to allow for disposition of surplus real property at no cost for affordable housing purposes.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up is staff report.
Yeah, just two quick things. So we got some hot weather coming starting tomorrow, and we've been sending out messaging on where our residents can find air conditioning, including City Hall and the hangar. So we'll continue to send out that messaging. And then also I'm pleased to announce that Samantha Loyuk, our interim development services director, I've decided to remove the word interim. So, yeah. Yes. So she's our development services director, and I've promoted her to that position. So we're going to get going on recruiting for her replacement, which is the position she just recently had. So wish us luck in finding somebody good for that spot. So that's all I have.
Congratulations. Council member reports and comments. Councilmember Kugler.
Just one quick update, and that is as part of the SCA Equity Cabinet, we've decided to start a quarterly newsletter, and I volunteered to help with the first one. And one of the things we're hoping to do with that newsletter is to highlight some of the great examples of diversity, equity, and inclusion work that cities are doing. And so I hope to highlight Kenmore's work in there. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall.
Yes, very excited to see the work and the update on Juarez, and looking forward to that being as successful, I think, as Log Boom, which I went down to this weekend. I think they love it. People are down there. They love it. They're telling me they love it. It looked very good. I was pleased at least to see a balance between the concrete and some of the nice lawn retained, and the uplands and the wetlands and the not reforestation, but the replantings along the shore, as well as that beach. All kinds of people out there having a great time. So I think it's a rousing success. I went to visit Europe for the first time in my life this last month, whatever it was. Not to belabor that at all, very privileged and to go there. But the thing that just knocked me over the head was everybody was out in the cities and in the countryside, for that matter, walking. And by everybody, I mean everybody of all age groups, young people, young parents with little kids running around, older people, elderly people, walking along and going at a great pace. Everybody was out on these walkways, these footpaths, and these bike paths, and scooters as well, more in the street, the scooters, but bike paths all over the place in Dublin and Glasgow and in Switzerland and in southern Germany. I mean, I think that's got to be probably the ideal of what we're looking for, and what we don't have. And I know it just underscores the importance, I think, of a safe place to walk for everybody, which I really hope that we, if we're going to be a big city or be a bigger city, that's something that I think a bigger city does, is supply safe places to walk everywhere. I don't have that in front of my house. There's a lot of places that don't all around Kenmore. I hope we can work on that. Oh, and then one small improvement for Log Boom that I've got to get your buy-in to. There were, how the path off the bike trail leads down and branches off into right next to the playground and the restrooms down from the main trail. We do have a sign saying, please dismount. Nobody dismounts. All the bicyclists go zipping down or floating down a little bit right in the area where there's little kids bouncing and playing around and all that. So I would urge that we get at least one more sign right after that first one and say, bicyclists dismount. I think it's a real serious safety issue with the playground and the kids there. Thanks, you guys.
Councilmember Shubnik.
Nothing to add, thanks.
Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to keep it really short and simple. I filled in for Councilmember Marshall at the North Shore Parks and Rec Committee. And some exciting news from there is they have moved forward in the next stage for grant consideration for King County for sports field grants. And so we made some movement there. And there's going to be a move to a second phase of development for expanding the improvements for the North Shore Senior Center. So they're moving forward on that. And I guess in August, when they come back, I think Councilmember Marshall is going to have a lot more work to do. And other than that, I'll be heading to the National League of Cities a summer board committee meeting for the week, and I look forward to adjourning for a recess.
Deputy Mayor.
I just have a couple of things. Last Thursday was the VIII meeting, as it's budget time. We're all talking about budget. This Thursday, I believe it's Thursday, I'll also be attending the King County Flood District meeting. And so we're, informing the county where we think funds should go. And one thing that I want to share and highlight is there's nothing new for Kenmore on the list. I'm just sharing this. And in order for us to get there, it's going to take organization from our community and our staff and our council to drive for very specific plans to take place at the north end of Lake Washington and our stretch at the mouth of the Sammamish River Slough. And as a member of VIII and King County Flood District alternate with comprehensive plans that we can propose, I will advocate as strongly as I can for more funding for our area. But it's up to us to make it happen. And I know staff has been working on it, but I just wanted to just speak up about how important it is, given climate change, given the warmth of the water at the mouth of the slough. In order for salmon to traverse the slough, it needs to be cold enough for them to even enter it. So I saw our city manager have a, yes, thank you.
So great that you brought this up. The Sammamish River restoration project that they have in the budget to create the plan. Councilmember Dabowski a while back had put in a budget proviso saying that they need to report to the Flood Control District Board, which is the county council, on a quarterly basis on the status of that project. My request is that we just make sure that that proviso stays in there so that there's some accountability and it stays on their radar and they keep it moving.
I'll be sure to say something on Thursday.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate
as
that.
alternate, I'll at least raise my voice and say, we still need quarterly reporting on this important, critical project for our region.
Right, thanks.
Actually, our world, right? All of our water matters. The other thing, and this is not necessarily lighter, and I don't know why I raised my voice in kind of an uplifting way, but we are living through an unusual time, and something that every once in a while we've had comments at the end of council comment, but I'm just going to make a comment related to the hearings related to January 6th, 2021. And given the evidence that was presented related to the roles of those at the top of our federal government, including former President Trump, members of his cabinet, and members of the House of Representatives, they all must be indicted for high crimes and misdemeanors, if not treason, if they're able to define what took place as an act of war. It definitely was an attempted coup from everything that was presented to us. At this time, at every level of government, and actually every level of our citizenship residency in this country, we need to be raising our voice and standing for truth and justice for all, separation of powers, checks and balances, separation of truth, church and state, as what we were taught in elementary school even. It's incredibly important for each of us to know that our individual power and that our actions matter, whether it's in talking to our friends and neighbors or making a statement at the end of a council meeting, that we all matter and must uphold our Constitution. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna keep this short also. I am leaving on a vacation tomorrow, but not quite as fancy as Councilmember Marshall. Taking a road trip down to the Bay Area and back. But when I get back, my first day back at work is the 8th. That week, we have ribbon cuttings for Log Boom on the 9th. We have ribbon cuttings for the bridge on the 11th. And then on the 12th, I'm going to be part of Arch is holding focus groups with elected officials from Arch cities to discuss possible ways to get more revenue for affordable housing. So that should be interesting. That's all I've got. If there's nothing more to come before the Kenmore City Council, we stand adjourned.
Bye, everyone.